think more than 20 of the people you need to
Thank you.
and you just call and I don't drink many times.
Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate that.
Healthy hands,
Yeah, it's,
and I don't smell. So I don't, but they broke
Oh,
my
yeah.
nose like 6 times. So
fortunately,
yeah, they always hit the big guy in the nose.
yeah,
So I don't smell. So it's an advantage
yeah,
that I can be with anybody and then
Yeah.
I don't mind.
thank you. Good. Good evening, everyone. I believe we have a quorum. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6 of us. We have 6. Everyone will be seated. Thank you so much, everybody. This is the Planning Commission meeting and a continuation of the meeting from the previous meeting. I forgot the date on that. Somebody can help me with that.
January 3rd.
Today's January 3rd, 2023. And so I now call it to order. I'll have a roll call, please, Madam Secretary.
Thank you, Chairman Ernst. And we'll start with you, Chairman Ernst.
Present.
Okay, Vice Chair McDermott?
Present.
Yes, okay. Commissioner Vermeer?
Present.
Commissioner Each?
Present.
Commissioner Medina?
Present.
Commissioner Clark?
I don't know if he's been excused or,
I did not hear back from him.
all right, okay.
Commissioner Bob? And Commissioner Besson?
Present.
Okay, we have a quorum.
Thank you very much, Madam Secretary. At this time, I'll ask staff, is there any amendments to the agenda?
No, sir, there is not.
Thank you. The approval of minutes, this is a continuation, so there were no minutes to make a motion on. Communications, staff, I see you made a note, next meeting,
did.
February 7th.
Just a reminder, that will be our next meeting date.
Okay. Any previews to that or nothing to report?
No, no, sir.
Thank you. Okay, so we are going to, before we do go any further, let's, forgive me because of my rush here, let us stand and pledge allegiance to the flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Okay, let's try to get back on track again. My apologies. So this is a continued public hearing. I want to go ahead and recognize our counsel, Gary Held. Mr. Held, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I thought that, first of all, I'll comment that the second and third items are quasi-judicial, but I'll wait till we call those public hearings before I give the summary of the procedures applicable to those.
Okay.
Okay? I think it worthwhile for you to take a moment to discuss the procedures applicable to how you will conduct tonight's meeting with respect to the first item, the continuation of the comprehensive plan. One particular question that you may want to address and should address is how you want to conduct the public hearing. You and I, Mr. Chair, have discussed having the public generally comment on the comprehensive plan rather than having a public hearing on each individual element.
Correct.
And I think that's up to the chair and the board in your discretion how you want to handle that.
All right. Just to catch everyone up to date, I spoke with Mr. Held this morning, and my desire would be that we go ahead and, since this is a continuation of the public hearing, the consultants made their presentation, I would like to go ahead and we'll open up the public hearing to let everyone make their comments. Then, once all the comments have been made, I'll close the public hearing, and then we'll open up for discussion among our panel between all of us here, and then go forward from there. But the main
And
thing
to
is
follow up on that, the discussion by the commission would be element by element.
Yes,
But the presentations by the public would be generally with regard to whichever element they would want to comment on.
correct.
I-
Elements
Well-
for elements, correct. So the
They should order their comments element by element, but I don't think we should have 15 different public
we won't.
hearings,
um,
one on each element.
I would encourage that once you have, you come up before and make your statement to that element, take that time to also address the other items that you would like to. But let us know which element you are discussing. I'm going to limit 2 minutes per element per question. So if you have one concept that you'd like to discuss, you get 2 minutes to do that, and then present your second element or your third. So the floor will be yours, but the rules will be that you get 2 minutes per item to discuss. All right, and let's try to stick to whatever's relevant to the comp plan. If anybody's here to discuss the other 2 items, please don't use that time to come up and discuss those items. Wait until those are presented and read out, and those particular ordinances. Okay. Yes, ma'am.
I've asked the consultant to make a really brief updated presentation to you because we've met subsequently with some council members
Yes.
who have requested some changes, so we wanted to bring those changes before you. It'll only take a few minutes to go over that at the very
Okay, is,
beginning.
Sylvia here
And-
tonight?
Right, and she's here, but before she starts, I wanted to go over the public comments that we have received
Yes.
during that, because this is the reason for continuing the public hearing, is for you all to hear these public comments.
Right.
You have them before you, and I'll go over them whenever you're ready for me to do
Okay.
that, and then we'll turn it over to Sylvia, and then you can continue with your public hearing, sir.
All right.
If you don't mind, please.
I wanted to try to keep that within the public hearing portion. If it's all right with you, I would rather go ahead and let Sylvia address and make some of the points that she has brought with her this evening, if possible. So, yes, please.
Joining us this evening is Sylvia Vargas. She is our consultant on the comprehensive plan. She's with Calvin Giordano, and she has a very brief presentation for you this evening.
Good evening, Sylvia. Thank you for coming.
Good evening. How's everybody? Happy New Year.
Happy New Year to you.
It's not as much a presentation as it is a summary of some comments that we have received in discussion with through our briefings with council and the mayor over the last few weeks. So I just, I guess I'm presenting them as comments and requests from the elected officials. And they're actually fairly simple. We only have a couple so far. One is pertaining to the workforce and affordable housing density provisions and incentives, which we have. It's pretty much the same language in 2 different sections, so the future land use element and also in the housing element. And so you'll see just a repetition of the same changes in 3 different places, essentially in policies 1.17.2 and 1.17.3. We have language there about reservation of units from the floating pool for workforce and affordable housing. And what we had there originally was a 15% reserved of the total units of the floating pool, which, if you recall, we were going to replenish it with 8,725 units. So 15%, that's what we had, of those units at any given time would be reserved to incentivize the development of workforce and affordable housing. And likewise, in the next policy, 1.17.3, we had an incentive whereby if you are a developer who are proposing to build in the PCD or the NMTSOD overlays, then you could get a density bonus of up to 15 additional units per acre from the units reserved, from that 15% from the floating unit pool, provided that you dedicate a minimum of 10%, that's what we had originally, of your total units to families making between 60 and 140% of Miami-Dade County's area median income, which is the range for workforce housing that the county has. This is part of that recently adopted ordinance that the county passed last year. And the changes that we're proposing essentially is, first of all, you see, some language that is highlighted there, and those is just to highlight the changes. I wanted to make this language consistent throughout. I realized in making the change that one of your elected officials suggested, that the language was not the same. It was very similar, but it was missing a couple of parts in one part of the element. So I wanted to make it consistent throughout the element. So I've added a couple of statements, one in each of these policies. But the major change is the request to go from 15% of the pool reserved for workforce or affordable housing units to 20. So that would be an increase from 15 to 20%. And in the second policy, it would be going from a dedication of a minimum of 10% of the proposed units for workforce housing in any proposed development project to 15. So that would be the second increase. So the overall pool, instead of 15% reserved for workforce and affordable housing units, it would be 20% in this change. And the second one would be that developers would have to dedicate not a minimum of 10, but a minimum of 15% of the units to workforce housing in order to get that density bonus. And that same change is repeated then in policy 1.5.9 and 1.5.10, which basically replicates that language. And then in the housing element in policy now renumbered as 3B.2.10 and policy renumbered 3B.2.11. The second part of this summary is a framework that is somewhat focused on the Northwest 7th Avenue corridor. And we had some language in the future land use element and the economic development that addresses that section, but we have been asked to look into what else could be added that would be a little more focused on that corridor, because the language that we have was more related to the overall PCD, which covers more areas than just that one corridor, as you know. So with respect to the future land use element, the one proposition that we are considering is the possibility of providing an additional incentive for development by excluding up to 5 levels of structured parking from the overall height allowance, which is a maximum of 200 feet for that corridor. That would be one way. And the second change in that section, which is in policy renumbered 1.19.3, to potentially rebrand what was in the this original version or this current version of the comp plan, Chinatown Cultural Arts and Innovation District Master Plan, rebranded as the Northwest, I'm sorry, there's a typo in there, but it's Northwest 7th Avenue Technology and Innovation District. Then aside from that, in the economic development element, we have also added a series of potential policies for consideration. One, it has to do with that rebranding. Rebranding it, we're not suggesting a particular name, but just that it should have more of an emphasis on innovation and technology. So that would be, something like doing a rebranding campaign will have to be done by professionals. I'm not that person. Another policy would be to implement a strategy for removing regulatory barriers and establishing incentives, attracting redevelopment that is suited to targeted industry sectors that are identified in the NOMI Tech Initiative Action Plan that would be specific to this quarter. So we know that action plan, the NOMI Tech Initiative Action Plan, identified a list of about 12, 15 different sectors. Not all of them are going to be necessarily suited to this. We're not doing the study right now to say which ones, but we think that it's going to be probably more suited for research, development of innovation and green sustainability technologies and that kind of thing, rather than necessarily heavy manufacturing, which is better suited to some of your more industrial quarters and parts of the city, and also because heavy industry is not necessarily suited to these sites. These are relatively shallow sites, kind of hemmed in between the highway and the corridor itself. There is land and you can develop, but it would not be necessarily for these enormous complexes of industrial manufacturing nature. So that would be another policy, and we are suggesting a series of steps to focus on the LDRs to make sure that those LDRs, as they pertain to this particular corridor, are not creating incidental barriers to the redevelopment that we're trying to attract to the corridor. So it's almost like we're recommending almost like conducting a parcel by parcel study. That would be something in implementation. It's not something that we're doing in the plan. It would be a policy recommendation to conduct that kind of study, and then to calibrate the LDRs to make sure that the kinds of industries that are targeted can actually build the kinds of buildings that are needed to accommodate those industries. If it is more oriented towards tech and innovation, usually those kinds of companies are looking for open floor plates, large floor plates, and right now, multi-levels, to accommodate many employees in the same building with all of the amenities in the same building integrated. So right now, there are no such spaces. And what we need to make sure is that the zoning allows for those kinds of, and accommodates and facilitates those kinds of developments. So that's kind of that policy. We also are suggesting that there should be consideration of prioritizing for the corridor public safety, infrastructure and technology, infrastructure improvements to get the corridor ready to accept those kinds of industries, and also prioritizing improvements at what we're calling the gateway to the corridor, which is the intersection at Northwest 119th and Northwest 7th, both in terms of the urban design of the public realm and the redevelopment potential of that gateway. In addition to that, this corridor is within one of the 3 opportunity zones that the city has designated here. And we think the city can begin to promote more aggressively the incentives that are available through the state designation for, program for opportunity zones. So there's some language in here about that. It's not something that the city is granting, but that is available. And as you promote the corridor to potential developers, identifying catalyst sites and catalyst industries, these benefits could be available to those industries and those developers. And so that's additional policy language that is being potentially suggested, as well as additional non-opportunity zone related incentives, such as providing a concierge service through the city's Office of Economic Development, marketing the properties available through the Economic Development webpage, focus on grant funding through the CRA for existing businesses and existing buildings in order to get some improvement of the corridor character, physical character, and so on and so on. So that's it. That's sort of what we've been hearing, suggestions, and I just wanted to make you aware that you likely will see some of this language when the council reviews, but I wanted you to be aware.
Just a quick question,
Yes, sir.
Sylvia. I'm just curious, did you get any pushback or any input from existing businesses, small business people along that have been successful, but yet they're in an older building?
Mm-hmm.
What was their feeling? What was your take on?
We don't have that yet, because this is just very, very recent, very new. This is language that we just crafted.
Yeah.
So it's going to be part of the package that goes published tomorrow, I believe, for next week's agenda. And again, these are not, by any means are not set in stone. I would urge business owners who are in that corridor to participate in the process and show up on look at the language that we're going to make part of that package, and to comment and to show up at the meeting next week.
I know as planners, and I've seen articles about it and everything else,
Mm-hmm.
there's quite a bit of concern that established businesses, let's say a restaurant that's been there for 20 years, has been very successful. Miami's had an incident of this. Miami Beach kind of has the same situation where these people have been in business a long time. They're
Right.
priced out. The developer wants to come in,
Right,
take over
right.
that property.
Mhm.
They're left with nothing, or they don't, they're not, they don't have a decision in that, in determining their future or anything else. And I understand that, if a developer buys the property, they want to do something with it. But I don't think overall cities have looked at ways to keep that from having businesses go out of
For
business
displacing, yeah.
and displacement of
Right.
businesses.
I think it's sort of a two-pronged approach, because redevelopment doesn't happen overnight, right? So there is this PCD overlay here that provides a significant increase in density and an increase in height for that part of the corridor, right? The eastern part of the corridor. And what that indicates is a desire on the city's part to help that corridor revitalize, redevelop at higher densities, higher intensities. If that's the case, then obviously there should be an additional strategy which can be done through the Economic Development Office to provide for existing businesses to become part of that
Correct.
overall
Yeah.
revitalization strategy.
Yeah, I would like to
um,
see some sort of a mechanism, or
Right.
that
I-
thought
I-
out.
We can put something in there too, if you all want to vote on, making that recommendation of
Well,
language
we can bring it
added.
up later in our discussion
Yes.
when we get to that. But-
And the, if I may, Mr. Chair, one of the things you'll see in here is the facade grants and business support.
Right.
And that is to help the existing businesses
Right.
improve the exterior of their buildings and,
Right.
and make them more attractive. The uses are not going away. The
Right.
uses are still going to remain the same because the PCD allows all those uses. So the restaurants aren't going to be forced to do this or go out of business.
Right.
They'll have an opportunity for grants, they'll have concierge services through the city's economic development office. And Sylvia and her team can put something in there that speaks to business displacement, but we want to be careful how that's crafted, because if a restaurant owner who's been doing awesome all, now decides they want to be involved in the tech sector, we want to make
Right.
sure we're not doing anything to keep them from being able to do that.
Correct.
But their existing
Right.
businesses will remain, and hopefully by the work that we put in here about facade grants and concierge service through the Economic Development Department, will be of some help in them being able
Sure.
to remain in business.
Yeah,
That's the goal.
I guess I'm searching more for a mechanism that can become, let's be proactive and not have it become a problem, and find ways of addressing a situation that might come up and not have it be caught by surprise. And then, the Miami Herald running front page articles about a family of, it's been in business for 50 years being displaced, and, all that you kind of see daily, especially in the city of Miami, because of all the development that's taking
Right.
place
Right.
within that.
There are ways in which communities can help to integrate, even in the case of redevelopment projects, integrate existing businesses to provide spaces for those businesses in new development.
Sure.
So
I mean,
yeah.
you need the person that's fixes shoes or
Sure. Sure.
provides notary service or
Mhm.
or
Absolutely.
a small insurance agency that's been around for a long
Right.
time, stuff like that. I just want
And
to
And we wanna
those
protect
services
them.
are certainly part of
Yeah.
the list of,
Yeah.
of permitted uses,
Sure.
and will continue to be. Yeah.
Okay, great. Thank you for clearing that up. Staff, did you want to add anything before I go ahead and open up our
No,
public
sir.
hearing?
No, sir, just wanted to make sure that you heard
Yes.
those requests from council.
Very good. Thank you very much. Okay, at this point, we're going to open up the public hearing. The public hearing is now open. I invite anyone that would like to address any items that are listed in the elements of the comp plan. You may come up to the podium, state your name and address, and list your and say your piece on which items you would like to address. Just come forward. You don't have to go ahead and line up at the podium. Whoever gets there first, go ahead and, it's.
Go ahead, sir.
You can go ahead and approach the. And we have two mics here, so if one wants to stand by while we.
One mic, thank you.
Yes. Right. Right. Now, staff has just reminded me again, we have had comments already from some of the elements that were addressed at the previous meeting. So if you've spoken on those items, please don't speak on them again. Please bring any new items to the table. But okay, so they have been documented, so we'll know.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
just one additional point. Staff advised me today that some of the notices that went out still had the 7 o'clock start time. So we need to make sure that there's an opportunity at 7 for the public hearing to
Continue.
continue.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. If we if nobody else comes up before 7 o'clock, I'm going to ask us to adjourn for a few minutes until 7 o'clock comes, and then I'll reopen the meeting again, and we'll continue. That's okay, staff. You're all right with that, Counselor? You'll allow that to take place. Thank you very much. Good evening, sir.
Good
The
evening.
name and address?
My name is Eric Reel. I live at 12418 North Bayshore Drive. So I did provide comments on the online survey on the website. Also, I did attend the town hall, and I want to thank staff for the opportunity to have 2 town halls to provide input. I do have some handouts that I had previously given to staff at the town hall, and I'd like to give those to the board because I'm going to be referencing, and I'm going to be talking about 2 elements, the future land use and mobility.
Okay.
Here.
Which is the first one you'd like to discuss?
So the future land use element,
Those are the ones we have the copies.
yes.
All right, hold on. Let's get them in our hands.
So actually what I
Just won't
did
count on
is,
your time until we, I'm allowing, again, that I mentioned when we first started the meeting, everyone will get 2 minutes to address each issue that they are bringing forward regarding whatever elements they want to address. Again, it will be 2 minute presentation.
yes. So I did provide the comments to, like I said, at the town hall to the consultant as well as staff. So I'm assuming they were included, but I wanted to make sure they're conveyed
Certainly.
to the planning commission. And thank you, Ms. Love, for putting them in the comments. So basically what I've done is I've written some goals and objectives which I think will help. I think staff did a great job in terms of specific provisions related to single-family neighborhoods, but I just don't think they've gone far enough as an urban planning professional. So what I'm suggesting is some additional objectives and goals that would look at and provide protection from intrusion of incompatible uses and intensities, provide adequate transition, provide harmony and scale. And that's what's on the kind of the handwritten document that you see here. That's what's on the first page. And then I'm also suggesting a goal be inserted that provides for sufficient opportunities for public input. I think it's really important that that goes over to the page 2 of 2, that additional notice be provided to the neighborhood, whether that be a website, electronic mail. And also another thing, I would suggest that maybe that the planning department facilitate neighborhood meetings. I know a lot of communities do that throughout Florida to try to engage the community, especially critical when you have a residential community that is kind of at odds with the developer. And also this would provide staff the opportunity to, you know, act as a collaborator and kind of mediate in the process. Although there is a lot, you know, South Florida Regional Planning Council has mediation procedures as well. So, and in terms of the mobility element, what I'm suggesting is an additional goal or objective that deals specifically with the intrusion into neighborhoods. And then finally, I'm going to reference the second attachment I gave you, which has a map on it. This has to do with currently right now 123rd Street all the way on Biscayne Boulevard from 123rd up to 135th Street has a provision in the LDRs that limit the height to 45 feet. That's for commercial properties. What I'm suggesting is that the same limitation be put in place on 123rd Street from Northeast 19th east to North Bayshore Drive. That is a multifamily zoning area, but what I'm suggesting is that additional goals and objectives be put in the comp plan to provide protections that support that as well. And that's what you see on the map. If you look on the map, you'll see the area, the yellow areas is where it is the provision of 45 feet exists, and what I'm suggesting between the 2 blue arrows is that that same provision be put in the LDRs when you get to that point, but also put something in the goals and objectives. And
Thank you.
that's basically my comments. I did offer to meet with staff. I do have some additional comments. I didn't hear back from them. I'm sure they're very busy. And I just wanted to also note There is one discrepancy in the future land use element. The
I'm
B-
sorry, I actually gave him an extra 2
Okay.
minutes. It's up to you, Chair, if you want to.
Yeah, you get 2 minutes per, yeah,
I believe Mr. Rio is almost finished.
yeah,
I got-
he's
Okay.
almost,
10 more seconds.
Yeah.
The BZ zone has, in the future land use element, has a lot coverage at both 80% and 85%. I think that's a typographical error, so I just wanted to note that for the record. That's all I have.
Okay.
Thank you.
Staff,
you.
if you can note that, if you can see it. Thank you very much, sir. Good evening, sir.
Good evening,
Your
Mr.
name and
Chairman.
address?
Hernando Barreto, 11930 North Bayshore Drive,
Yes, sir.
Mallorca Towers.
Mallorca Tower. And you're addressing which element?
The future use and the height limit on the Bayshore area. Basically, there is a concern for the possibility of authorize more than 100 feet height in those buildings that has been suggested for some landowners and developers. And that area is, as you probably know already, is residential use primarily. There is a combination of multifamily and single-family homes, but the area really don't has the infrastructure nor the ability to have buildings of up to 450, as some landowners and developers are proposing for the Bayshore area, and the impact not only in traffic, in quality of life, but also in terms of the seawall and the care of the of the area has not been fully addressed. And then what we are proposing is to maintain the 115 high limit for that area, which should be more than adequate and consistent with what is the infrastructure of the city for that area. And that's what we are proposing, and we sent a petition to many of the members of this commission, signed it by more than 70 people in the in that area, in order to avoid that any high limit will be proposed. We know that the consultant is not proposing that, but we just want to propose that that restriction on height will go in this plan in order to prevent future attempts to go higher than that.
Okay, thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
Anyone else wishing to make a comment? Good evening, Mr. Pierre.
Okay. Good evening, Mr. Chair,
Name and address, sir, for the
Vice
record.
Chair, and members of the board. Good evening and Happy New Year. Thank you again for serving on this great board. As most of you know, about 20 years ago, I was the first board that ever served in the great city of North Miami. First and foremost, the issue I'd like to address, I'm not even sure if I can.
Mr. Pierre, could you give us your name and
I'm
address?
sorry.
please?
My name is Andre Pierre. I live at 2125 Northeast 125th Street. That is North Miami, Florida.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. The issue that I would like to address, I'm not even sure if it's a mood issue, because the last time that it was before this board, the board voted down not to move forward with the recommendation, and that is the issue of Emerald Drive. I'm not sure exactly how can I move forward and address that specific issue, which is a request from a lot of the residents. I think some of them are here. Some of them have submitted letter to this board. Basically, it would like to be included in the comp plan for the changes that are required, that are requested.
Thank you, sir. That's it?
I'm not sure. I mean, I would like to address it. I haven't,
Oh,
haven't addressed it yet.
yeah,
He's asking.
Yes.
I
Because in
understand.
order to discuss it further, a member of the prevailing side would need to request it to be reopened for reconsideration.
So,
Please.
yeah, can you clear this up for me, sir,
Well-
please?
So the commission previously voted not to consider that issue. Though you can accept comments on it and then have a discussion later as to, it would be a motion to reconsider the prior vote on whether to consider that item as part of your recommendations or not.
And that motion has
So-
to come from our
It have to, the motion needs to be by somebody on the prevailing side on the prior vote.
I see. Okay.
Okay, so it's
Well, we can bring that
entirely
up
within your
during
prerogative
discussion.
to allow presentations on that issue, so the board can hear from the public.
All right. We can bring that up in discussion. I'd like to go ahead and finish up the rest of the public input, and Mr. Pierre, we'll bring that up during discussion.
Not a problem. Well, first and foremost, I want to say thank you to staff for having so many public hearings and what they have done with the comp plan and have it available for the residents of North Miami to review it. Secondly, thank you to all of you for the work that you have done on the comp plan and listen to what we have to say and listen to what we, some of the inputs that we have, you know, for the comp plan. So we truly appreciate that, because this is not only studying what we have going on now, but this is the future of the great city of North Miami that all of us plan of being here for a very long time. So with that is basically, as you know, Mr. Chair, there's about 16 properties on Emerald Drive, which is better known as Chief Each Boulevard. And within that area, with the 16 properties, basically it's zone PU, the same kind of zoning that you have at Johnson and Wales University, and somehow all the areas and all the properties that are there, pretty much the zoning have changed since the university has been sold to separate different landowners. And I think so far we have about 6 or 7 different owners on that university. So what the residents are requesting at this moment, and some of them will be addressing here today, is that the 16 properties.
Okay, that's our 2 minutes. So if you could just sum up real quickly, sir?
Yeah, there's 16 properties that are there. I mean, we have not only that we have letters that were submitted to you, but some of the owners basically would like if this board would make a recommendation and change the zoning, basically from, you know, public use and turning it into high density, probably R6, which is all the surrounding areas. If you
Right.
look at 16th Avenue, 125th, 23rd, 125th. So
Yeah, we pretty much had seen everything at the last meeting with what you're bringing out to us right now, so we understand what you're saying.
thank you so much,
all right.
Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Pierre. Anyone else wishing to address us? No, we still have,
Paula Each, 13045 Emerald Drive, and I am in support of the change of zoning of the PU6 to the R6 to go into high density. The surrounding areas of our property, I have 3 properties on Emerald Drive, and the surrounding areas are going to be allowed to go high density, and I think that we should be allowed also. And another thing I would like is if you could keep our lake, Emerald Lake, keep it the way it is, not let it develop. It's a very pristine lake. We keep it up. We have aerators in it. And the surrounding area is nice. The fish like it and the animals like it. So if you can just keep it the way it is, we would appreciate it. Thank you.
thank you, Ms. Leach. Anyone else wishing to address, just come on up to the podium.
Hello, my name is Claudia Sculthorpe. I'm a property owner on Emerald Drive since 1985. And we definitely want to look to preserve the area and the charm of the area, but we also want to look forward and to make sure that we are part of the increasing values of all the properties on our street as well as the surrounding properties. So if rezoning will address that, we would like that to happen, and definitely preserve our lake. We take good care of our lake, and it's just an area that's very special to North Miami. And like I said, I've been here since 1985, so I appreciate you listening. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to come forward? Thank you. We're getting close to 7 o'clock, so we can, I think staff
Good
will
evening.
just continue.
My name is Edwin Price. My daughter owns a property at 13185 Emerald Drive, and I want to support the zoning there. So I've been living there since '99, and we love the area, and I support the zoning for Emerald Drive. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Anyone else wishing to address? Good evening. Name and
Good
address,
evening.
please.
My name is Marisol Medina. I live at 1270 Northeast 124th Street. I'm actually speaking for someone who could not be here today, so I'm going to read his name into the record. Is that okay?
I don't believe, Counselor, can we do that? Have her speak? Normally, you have to speak for yourself if you're going to come up.
Okay.
So
And-
she can make her comments without saying they're on behalf of another party.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
So
Well, I
just-
mean,
just
our
make your
comments are one
comments
and
into the
same.
record.
All right.
All right. For the record, then, these will be your comments. You-
As a longtime resident in North Miami, I've seen growth and change, and I hope to have the support and to continue bringing the quality in arts and design to our neighborhood and preserving the beauty through thoughtful design to our beautiful District 3. By allowing the AOD to move up just north of 125th Street, this will allow for a beautiful contemporary artists living, galleries, and residential spaces, and allowing spaces with pedestrian-friendly arts destinations, activating Griffin Park and Griffin Estates with arts pockets. This will enhance the area by bringing much-needed light to the area with beautification of the areas with tasteful design. So that's in reference to modifying the AOD. My second comment comes from me is in reference to increased height in the Bayshore area. I do see that that's happening all over the city, just south of us, and I do feel like it's the future of everybody who's on the water line. And I think that that could benefit, especially if there are housings that are a lot larger than your standard apartment or housing. It's gonna bring a different kind of development to the city, different kind of investments that are long-term residents or maybe transient people that will buy the property and not be present. But I think it's the future. So I hope you guys will also consider that height difference.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, ma'am.
Melba Jaramillo, 11930 North Bay Shore Drive. I believe that approving a general height limit of 450 feet for the city of North Miami will be a blank check for developers to decide what to build next to Mallorca Towers. Allowing 24 feet floor buildings versus 11 would set a very bad precedence for that whole area. I see very negative impacts, such as increased traffic congestion, noise, pollution, strain on already limited parking resources. The risk of a taller building next to ours would also be something similar to Champlain, where it could cause some sort of instability for our building. So we urge the members of the Zoning Commission to maintain the current 115-foot height limit that it has and include this limit on the plan. Thank you.
Thank you very much. For those of you that just came in, if you're here to speak on the land development regulations, the LDRs, or I'm sorry, on the comp plan. On the comp plan, the hearing is in progress. You'll also have a chance to talk about it if you're here for that. If you're here for some other items, you'll have your chance also to talk on that. So we'll just go ahead and continue with our comp plan public forum. Anyone else wishing to address items on the comp on the comp plan? Mr. Prevotel, you spoke once before on this, sir. You don't get a second chance at it. You had your say at the last meeting.
No, because the same
spoken at the last meeting.
No, they did not, sir.
Yes, they did.
No.
These people.
Madam
Mr.
Secretary?
Loretto said the same thing. He spoke at the
Do you
last
have-
meeting and other people have.
I don't,
This is really rather important and also it corrects their understanding.
well, since I,
Other people have spoken.
I understand what you're saying, sir. Do you have any, you don't have anything to show me that can
No, I
can
do not.
contradict that, correct, Madam Secretary? All right, Mr. Prevotel, I'm going to allow you 2 minutes, okay?
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Go
Thank you.
ahead.
William Prevotel, 12,000 North Bay Shore Drive. First, I would like to say that I'm in full support of what Paula each said regarding Emerald Drive. Anything that can be done there to enhance those properties and to be able to advance that, very welcomed. Please give that serious consideration and support that. Now, I'd like to address the Height and Bay Shore Zone. I have before me our announcements for these meetings, and it says, know me beyond the centennial. And here it is 100 years, and yet 50 years, we've done nothing exceptional, really, in our area. The buildings that we have that are multi-story, that are 12, 13, 14 stories, are all from vintage 1970, if not before. Here's a chance, and if I can get your attention, this is a chance in my 20 years of being in this city, of going to the 10 years of planning commissions, of all the other meetings, this is the one chance that the city could get incredible return for nothing, at no cost. At no cost. I'm asking the height at Bay Shore Zone to be changed to 450, to match Solomia, no cost. No change in density, no change in cars, no change in sewage system, no change in population. We do that so it's bigger, so we have larger units, so that we get people that's their third, fourth, and fifth home, that spend loads of money to give this city more than $10 million just on the first 2 lots that can be redeveloped there. More than $10 million a year toward our infrastructure. If we get it large enough, that means also we can possibly import in the same Bay Shore Zone the units over at the White House Inn to become part of that Bay Shore Zone, and then we can get a free park out of it in the city. We can get a free city park if we can make this large enough, much of an incentive along Bay Shore Zone, so that they say, hey, we'll take those extra units over here, and it saves Keystone, it saves the entrance to the city, it creates the extra park space that we so desperately need. So many good things can come of this. I don't understand how there could be any response to it. All the people saying we don't want it, you live in a 169-foot building and you say you don't want the 115 feet.
Mr. Prevotel.
And that's really
Sorry.
a kind of a crazy response. So really, really appreciate
Thank you,
it.
sir.
City has
Mr.
everything to
Prevotel.
gain. The neighborhood has everything to gain. People can
Thank
double,
you, sir.
triple their values.
Thank you, sir.
Everybody
Thank
has
you.
everything to gain. Thank you.
Bill.
Thank you.
I may have your name and address, please. Good evening, ma'am.
Hi, Deborah Davies, 1165 Northeast 127th Street. I'm so sorry for running in, but online it said that the meeting was starting at
Correct.
7.
Right, so
okay?
that's why we're
So I'm sorry
continuing.
if I've missed certain things.
No,
okay?
you're fine.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, we're going to let
Okay.
everybody speak
I
if they get in
understand-
late.
Okay, I understand that in the Transit Overlay District, the city is ready to allow higher density on projects that allocate 20% of their units to affordable housing. It is a good idea to allocate 20% of units to affordable housing, but why does this have to be linked to higher density? You should not have to bribe developers to do this. Why not just require all new residential projects to allocate 20% of units to affordable housing regardless of the location of the project, high end as well, or the cost of the market rate in units? That is what New York has done, and it works very well. Why have we all these giveaways for developers? You are the city. You make the rules. On a second point, thanks to Derek Cook and Debbie Love for sending out a flyer in 3 languages, which is easy, to the residents of the NRO district about the proposal to delete the NRO. However, the flyer did not explain the trade-offs involved in this proposal in any detail. My neighbors still do not understand the trade-offs involved or what they may lose by reverting to their property's original zoning. They need more detailed information and opportunities to ask questions before they can make educated decisions about this. It's not enough just to tell people to call City Hall if they have questions. And I'm not saying it's better or worse, but really people don't understand what they might be losing or gaining. So thank you very much.
Thank you very
Appreciate
much.
the time.
Thank you. Good evening. Come on forward. Again, this is a public hearing for the comp plan.
Okay,
So,
that's what I wanted to ask. Good evening, because someone was just saying that you opened it up for any issue.
No, just the
okay.
comp plan. Yeah.
All right,
this
just
is
wanted to confirm
what-
that first.
any of the elements in the comp plan. The other items we will get to as soon as
I
we.
do have one compound thing.
Okay. Yeah, let's have your name and address.
My name is Eileen B. Caba, 13350 Northeast 3rd Court. Now, one of the issues in the comp plan that I want to make sure that you guys put in is that we are a Northeast 3rd Court, and our zoning was changed. We didn't even have a choice. It was during the annexation. I guess everything was just changed around us. But I have got more than 20 exhaust pipes from a laundromat facing my property, and it doesn't have a proper setback. And I want, when you consider your comp plan for other things, that you do consider that you have a proper setback between these new commercial zone and the residential units. Because this has been shown, and there are published studies that whenever certain additives are placed in these dryer sheets, it does produce toxic carcinogens. And therefore, I'm being exposed to that unfairly by the city. And you need to consider stuff like that when you
Thank you.
go
Staff,
ahead, so that other places are not affected.
Staff, since this was brought up, can that be noted or somehow notified
Thank you.
zoning with regards to that, or to whoever, not zoning, but inspectors who regarding these exhaust pipes on that building. We had the similar problem with a laundromat on 125th Street. I don't know who we got involved in that, but that became a plan and environment.
Speak with our zoning department on this.
Code
and then-
enforcement or
I'll
someone.
start with the zoning department
All right.
because they may have met that.
Right.
Proper setback that's in there, or they may not have. So
Okay.
we need to make sure, I start with zoning, I'll bring that up with zoning, and then it could go, if there is an issue currently, then we would definitely notify code. But I think Ms. Bacaba wants to just make sure that in the future that we take that into consideration when we are looking at our LDRs,
Sure.
particularly down the road.
All right. Yes, definitely. Thank you. Okay, anyone else wishing to address any of the items in the comp plan? Items in the comp plan. Good evening, sir. Have your name and address, please? Sure.
Buenas noches. Mi nombre es Julián Salazar.
Okay, you'll need to be at the microphone too, because we can't hear you. So you'll have to share the microphone.
Julián Salazar.
He said, good evening. My name is Julian Salazar.
Okay, and his address?
Sí, vivo en
He recently got here, so he
Ciudad
hasn't been living here for very long.
Norris,
He li-
132 calle y
He lives in Northeast
North
132 Street, 132nd Street, North Miami.
Sí, esta oportunidad podemos aplicar.
He's saying that this is a great opportunity to apply to the city.
Es necesario porque está progresando el ciudad.
It is a good thing for the city to progress.
Cuando hay cuando hay trabajo,
When
puedes
there is
progresar.
when there is jobs,
Hay vida,
there
hay
is
salud.
there is work, there is life, there is health,
Sí.
and that's all he wanted to say.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Is there a specific request?
He was talking
Yeah,
about the North Bay Shore.
Height change?
Yes.
The height change, okay. So he was addressing the height change, and he was a proponent
Yeah.
of the height change. Are you adding
So,
something?
Yeah, I have
for
my
yourself?
own statement.
Okay, and then we'll need your name and address.
Yes, my name is Jennifer Silvestri, and I used to live in Mr. Prevatel's building before it was demolished, Mid-Bay Club. Now I live in 2400 Northwest 82nd Street, but obviously, you know, I would like to come back here. Ever since I was young, I used to dream of living in a tall tower so that I could see everything just by stepping into my balcony. This right here is an amazing opportunity. Like Collins, Brickell, New York City are all very known and spoken about, right? Well, it's pretty obvious that it's because of the massive 1,000 feet buildings and beautiful scenery. North Miami isn't talked about much, even though it's still a great city. Don't you think that the Keystone entrance should be something nice and eye-catching to look at when you're coming down from the bridge? Like, wow, that's nice, let me get a picture. Right now, all you see from there is a low building, Marner's, if you can even see that, and Mallorca on the other side. Both very old and outdated. Not much to see there. Now, my question is, if you're here to oppose to this, ask yourself this question: why am I opposed? Because all I've heard since I've been coming here to these meetings are, oh, we just don't want a building there. We don't want nothing there. Maybe, matter of fact, just leave it how it is, just an empty lot. And I feel like there is no real reason whatsoever, no actual facts or serious reasons on why there shouldn't be anything amazing built there. Listen, I don't know about you, but when I go to Brickell or Collins or anywhere in the city of Miami that has buildings, I still get sunburnt if I step outside. I still see clouds and birds, and I most definitely still get rained on when it rains. So a building is not going to stop nature from existing and continuing to grow around it. Give me a real reason besides I don't want it. That sure has never stopped any architect or developer from creating something wonderful. This is
Okay,
the
ma'am.
future of the city of North Miami.
Go ahead and wrap up.
Don't try to knock it down before you experience how great it can actually be. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
No, please, let's have no applause. Reminder, please, to
No
refrain
applause,
from any
please.
comments or applause.
Sir, did you wish to talk? Okay.
Buenas noches, mi nombre es Wildar Calero, vivo en Norm
Good evening. My name is Wilder.
80
No, su apellido?
Wildar Calero.
Wilder Calero. And he lives in 119 Northwest 83rd Street.
Bueno, creo, ¿verdad?, que sería una gran importancia la altura, ¿verdad? Hemos trabajado un poco en lo que es eso, ¿verdad?
So he currently
He
does
said-
not live in North Miami, is that correct?
That's not North Miami.
Yeah, yeah.
Well,
We're-
Miami Shore
yeah, this-
area. Miami Shore.
No, yeah.
But he doesn't live in North Miami.
But he does work around the area.
Well, sir, please,
I think I'm talking.
let's have
right here.
order,
Thank
please.
you. Yes.
Y bueno, creo que sería una oportunidad tan bonita, ¿verdad?
And he
Saber qué
and he
puede
says that
crecer
this will be a very nice opportunity for the city
embellecer más nuestra ciudad de Miami.
to make the city that he
Gracias.
works at and lives at now beautiful.
Thank you.
For the record, I did check with our attorney, and even though they do not live in the city of North Miami, they are allowed to make comments.
They
Thank
are
you.
not?
They
They are, yes.
They
Yes, of
are
course,
allowed.
yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, everyone.
Good
My name
evening,
is
how are you,
Rafael
sir?
Enriquerazo. I used to live in 11950 North Bay Shore Drive. I unfortunately moved to the Northwest area on 2400 Northwest 82nd Street. Doesn't mean that I'm not planning to come back to the city. I have a lot of love for the city. I see a lot of things that are changing in our city. I see that we need to change a lot of things as well, and not just for the future of whoever we got here, but the future for our kids. The city is in trouble now. We have so many things going on, flooded areas, and we know that we need to make a change. If I can quote someone, that a famous architect says that the truth is more important than the facts. And the truth is that we are in trouble. And the facts are that this is beneficial for everyone that is around us, including the west side of the city. Not just the people that are in tall towers now and decide to be afraid of a change just because it's going to be a tower next to them and feel like they close-minded and don't open this opportunity to everyone else. It's just very selfish act. I don't believe that this is the way to take action. We cannot just allow people from a 50-year-old and plus old building to dictate a change that can change the future of a city. We cannot do that. And I know 100% sure that you guys will make the right decision because you guys just don't look at everyone's, or you don't look at a single person point of view. You look at the whole city entirely. And we need this change. I'm very thankful for your consideration. I believe that this is what we've been waiting for. It's time to make a change now. Let's do it together. We can make the city of North Miami the city of the future now. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
What is this in,
Okay,
what is this in reference to?
already,
Have no response,
and we do
please.
have security. Please, we're going to ask you to refrain from clapping. Thank you. If you need me to say that in Spanish, I can. Gracias.
Good evening.
Good evening, how are you?
Good.
My name is Judy. I live this area 18 years.
Can you give us an address,
Okay.
please? I need
Yeah,
an address.
it's
for you, right?
2132 Northeast and 123rd Street. I
Thank-
have business over there. So I was over there business like 18 years. I work at this area. Every time I move, I try to come back because I have customer here. So every year we have different customer. So they like this year a lot of people from New York and from California, from Canada, they all want to live this area. We need to change this location. We need the building more big, where the other day I went to the Collin. I see all high building. We like that. We need to change it because this I'm 18 years. I see everything like same. You know, we need more people come this area. We need this area be more modern. So that's why I want this area be changed, make it nice, and more nice people move in. Good for business, good for everything. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And we will continue. Anyone wishing to address issues on the comp plan, please come forward. Again, this is a continuation of
Good evening.
public
My name
hearing
is
on the comp plan and the elements.
Yes.
So if you wish, again, to speak only on the elements in the comp plan, please take this opportunity to do so. Thank you.
evening.
I'm sorry.
My name is Gloria Laurenti, and I live in 11930 North Bayshore Drive at Mallorca Towers. Our concern is not the beauty or any changes or that the next door building is going to be more beautiful and it's not going to enhance the area. Our concern is just the height. That's the main concern. How high that project is going to be. Is it going to be higher than our building? Not because we don't want progress. We want progress, but we want to continue with the same sort of construction and level of life that we're enjoying in the area. That's an area that is very easy and fun to walk around, to walk our kids, to take them in a bicycle, to walk our dogs. So we want to, yes, we do want progress. We do want a building, but we wanted to consider the height, that the height would not be impressively over the height of Mallorca. Not because Mallorca can dictate, no, because to continue with that beautiful life that we are being enjoying in the area. That's our only concern. The height.
Thank you very much. Anyone else wishing to address elements of the comp plan? If not, I'm going to go ahead. One more person? Okay, sir.
My name is Tirso Franklin Silvestri. I used to live in 11950 North Bay Shore Drive.
Can you give us your current address, sir?
Now it's on 2400 Northwest 82nd Street. I prefer to go back to my address on the Bayshore area because it's a nice area, and I like that area evolve. That's gonna make it better for everybody, even all the citizens that living around. They're gonna be having a nice life because you can consider a better view, a modern area, and everybody can enjoy the park and have a nice life. And also I'm gonna add that we had to make a change. If we don't make the change now, my question is when?
Thank you very much, sir. Okay, anyone else? Okay, I see none. I don't hear anyone wanting to come forward. I'm going to go ahead and close the public hearing regarding the comprehensive plan. Here, public hearing is now closed. Okay, panel, I'm going to open up discussions among our commissioners. Is there any additional items the staff you wish to get my attention on?
Yes, sir. You had asked me to delay conveying to you all the comments we have received until we get
Yes,
to the
that's
public hearing
correct.
portion. We had 3 different pools of comments. One that came out of Town Hall 1, Town Hall 2, and then we had the comments received through the project website, as well as comments that were made at various events. So the document that you have before you has documented all of the comments that we've received. You'll see that there are some key infrastructure recommendations that came out of that. Some of them were questions. For example, under key infrastructure recommendations, one of the big comments is, there was we had a line of credit at one point. They wanted to know what the status of that was. What is the plan to fix the water leakage now? And as you recall, the presentation, they talked about how that's a recommendation in the comp plan, and the Public Works staff has already started moving forward with design and with getting the consultant on board to do that leak study, as well as to fixing the deficits and proposed deficit in sanitary sewer and potable water. You heard that at our last meeting. One of the comments is about street resurfacing. So again, these are not necessarily comp plan changes, but it could be that they result in some sort of comment in the transportation element that street resurfacing should be prioritized by area. We also had some comments on parks and recreation from the first town hall meeting about really protecting MoCA and bringing that more into life. Then there were some general comments about renovating the Sunkist Community Center, and that would be part of the Parks and master plan that they are going to be updating, or that they're actually in the process of working on. And then in Town Hall 2, Ms. Davies did point out that the concern for the NRO removal, to understand that, and the actual, we would not put all of that in a letter. That's why you come to the public meetings, and that's why you ask your questions. And Ms. Vargas had presented that what would happen is that would take off of on those single-family parcels of land that aren't being redeveloped, which is why we combine the pools. they would go back to single-family neighborhoods, and the protection would be on those single-family neighborhoods. So that was presented as part of our last presentation, and we'd be more than happy if anybody who's in that NRO, we said in the letter, please reach out to us. We would be more than happy to speak with you, but it really does address some of the issues that we heard over time about intruding into the single-family neighborhoods in that NRO. It's rather challenging to develop there because of the need to assemble parcels of land. Just going up that height that's allowed in the NRO at 90 at 90 feet, and then the higher density. So that removes that. Now, if, as we discussed at the last meeting, if indeed somebody has said, hey, look, I have already started, planning a project in there. So then they apply for what's called vested rights, and they will be able to continue on. If there's an existing development that has already taken advantage of that, it's protected by our code, so that it continue to just be what it is and continue on. So, and then if somebody has done work, the vested rights section of our code, and we talked a little bit about that last time, would allow, my apologies, would allow somebody to show proof that they had been moving forward and taking advantage of, doing a development in the NRO. But there are some specific, if you've had it and you haven't done anything with it, and you're just maybe thinking, maybe in the future I might want to do with it, that wouldn't fall under vested rights. You have to show proof that you have been actively planning to do something utilizing the NRO. But it does take off, one of the biggest concerns we've been hearing is the impact to the single-family neighborhoods, because it does intrude into those single-family neighborhoods. If you are not in a single-family neighborhood and you're multifamily, you still have every right to redevelop it at higher densities. The R6, for example, you'd be able to still develop, you'd be able to go at height, and then you could actually, if you're in a multifamily, you could actually request an additional 25 dwelling units per acre through the conditional use permit process. So it doesn't really take away any of your, it just reduces the density, and then you have transitional standards that you have to meet, and you'd have to do that anyway. That was a requirement of the NRO. As you saw there on the second item, expanding the transitional protections for single family, that we've added some more language, as you recall, doing Ms. Vargas's presentation about further kind of beefing up that whole protection for single family adjacent to some of the higher density. You did hear then, as you hear now, on the 450 height, 450 over 6 floors of parking, 6 stories of parking. We heard that at Town Hall too. There are some really good recommendations that came out that we believe that you should consider for supporting. There could be some, right now, Florida statute governs how often you update your impact fee schedule. You have to do it at a certain period of time, because you have to make sure it ties appropriately, because you can't just come up with a number and say that that's what we're going to charge you. It has to be associated with capital projects that you're using those funds for. So it changes based upon what you're trying to achieve, and it's driven by Florida statute. But there's a potential for, if you all desire to add some sort of policy that says that we have to make sure the impact fee study meets the it keeps up with the cost of growth. That's a requirement by Florida statute anyway. And so whether it is you ask us to put something in there that's already governed by Florida statute, totally up to you. As you heard tonight about the protections for Emerald Lake and other water bodies, to beef that up, and you heard Ms. Vargas speak briefly about adding, that there's language in there that we would be more than happy to beef that up, and Ms. Vargas may be able to answer any questions you have relative to that. A good comment here, and this is really providing, focusing on providing more sidewalks. As you know, as development comes in, they have to, if there's a 4-foot sidewalk or no sidewalk, they have to put in a sidewalk. And if it's on a major corridor, they're 10-foot wide. If it's anywhere else in the city, it's 6-foot wide. So development has to do that. And so this is more along the lines of that in the city's bike ped sidewalk plan, to provide more focus on sidewalk infrastructure, specifically to provide safe access to the parks for children.
Did that also include replacement and upgrading existing sidewalks? Because so many of the sidewalks in areas that have sidewalks are falling apart.
Yeah.
Basically, you trip on them when you
And so
do walk and jog.
Yes, sir. And so if as you start moving forward with questions, I know Ms. Vargas is ready to kind of touch on some of these things as well tonight. And then you have a section here that talks about general topic public comments. Some of that is zoning or in the LDRs. So we wanted to make sure we document that and not lose that for the LDRs down the road, right? But some of it is things that like having a quarterly e-waste public drop-off. So some of these we don't want to lose, but they're not appropriate for they're more granular and more programmatic. They asked about gentrification, which we've talked about tonight briefly, about business gentrification. But we also already have, as you remember from Ms. Vargas's presentation, we have language in there not only about development displacement, but climate displacement, as we talked about at our last meeting. Public protection, and I believe that's actually public involvement. And there's a whole section, as Mr. Reel pointed out in his comments, having more public engagement. And so we have some policies in there now, new policies in there, as Ms. Vargas pointed out, that a whole new public involvement section in the comp plan. Because remember I told you that nothing in the LDRs or the comp plan requires public workshops before development, and how we really wanted to do that. Well, these policies in the comp plan will translate into LDRs, which would be a great place to be able to put some of those things about that Mr. Reel was speaking about, having different noticing, having expanded noticing, having public meetings, public workshops before development projects come before you. Then we also received the third bucket of comments were from either through the project website or comments that were made during events. And as you can see, they were just talking about general comments about the website at that time. When that comment was, we were still adding some other events to the website. Then you see a number of comments from the property owners on Emerald Drive supporting the change of the land use change from community facility university to high density residential, to go back. That, as we talked about before, the issue is this is what it was before. It was high density residential, which is why it matches all around you. And then when Johnson & Wales came in and purchased it, we changed the land use to match a university setting. So this would actually make those properties that are fully non-conforming and can't do anything with their property, they can't even put an addition onto their house, that would increase the nonconformity, because residential uses are not allowed in that current zoning and current land use designation, only student housing. And so the Johnson & Wales had planned to buy all of those properties and then convert it to student housing. So now these property owners are now non-conforming. So you'll see a number of those. You'll see some other issues of, the bike lane. Mr. Reel brought up his idea about limiting the height in the C2BE that runs, along as he showed you on the handout. The AOD is actually in the LDRs. So you see the comments about expanding the AOD. The AOD is not a land use category. So, but when we get to the zoning and LDRs, we want to capture that so that if you all decide it down the road that you agree with that idea when it comes to the LDRs and the zoning map changes, that would be, that's a request.
It's going to be a question I will address when you're done.
Yes, sir. And then there are some things here that you'll see, some of the questions, we wanted to share some of the survey questions with you and some of the general comments that you get here about, updating the bike master plan and, adding bike lanes where necessary. And I think one of Mr. Reel's comments was, no sharrows, you all know what the sharrow is, right? You've seen the streets in the city that have like a bicycle rider painted on it?
Mhm.
That's a sharrow, SHARROW. It's a shared access, so it's shared with bikes and vehicles. I don't know how many of us really enjoy riding on a sharrow, but the bike ped master plan looks to, and the downtown and major corridors master plan look to adjusting the right-of-ways and creating more protected bike lanes. And that's a point that was made. And of course, again, that's the bike ped master plan. One of the recommendations is that it needs to be, the bike plan needs to be completed in 2024 and not 5 years out. So it's expediting that up, and I know Parks and Rec are looking at that and getting that moving. Again, single family, one of the comments, what are the land use, one of the survey questions, what are the land use challenges the city faces right now? They need protection of existing single family residents from commercial intrusion, including both height and density, which is one of the purposes for changing the NRO, is to remove those intrusions on those single family neighborhoods. And then adding protections exist for limitation on height and density along US 1. However, no protections exist along Northeast 123rd Street to assure that the adjunct single-family neighborhood is not impacted by height increases along 123rd. Let's see, another one, another land use challenge that the city faces right now are long-term. We heard about the development pressure to increase density and height. The challenge shall be to provide adequate protection measures in the comp plan and LDRs to ensure intense development does not impact or cause a negative impact in quality of life, and adopting goals, objectives, and policies that provides for protection of quality of life, such as overlay zones, transitional zones. One thing we do not have is transfer of development rights, where, say, a property has the right to build 18 units. But they don't want to build. They may want to just hold on to it. So you could transfer the development rights for those 18 units to another parcel of land somewhere else in the city. Some communities have that. It's called TDRs, or short for transferable development rights. There are usually sender and receiver site criteria, and that's a recommendation as to maybe establishing a TDR program that would allow that. We'd have to figure out, one of the things that would have to occur down the road for the LDRs to do the TDR would be to establish what those sending and receiving sites would be.
Or districts, right?
Or districts, that's correct, sir. Or districts, because you may want to say, you can't transfer into a single-family neighborhood.
Right.
Right?
Okay.
Or you can't.
That was going to be a question regarding zoning implications.
That's right. There is, and that really requires a bit of study to look at our existing land use pattern, where would be the appropriate sending, receiving sites, or, as Mr. Held pointed out, districts. And then, and the finish to that comment was aggregate more intense uses as the city has done recently, however, with the trade-off of removing density or preventing density in residential areas. So that was the idea behind their comment about TDRs. So with that, sir, that is the end of those comments that you have before you.
Okay.
You'll note that we've tried to point out, that this would go into the Parks Master Plan, this idea. This could be incorporated, like the change of land use designation for Emerald Drive, that would be in the future land use element. If you wanted to increase the height, that would also be in the future land use element to increase the height in the Bayshore zone, because you need to change that language there, and then down the road, you change it into the land development regulations as well. A couple of them, like the Sharrow idea, the park, the update the master plan, that would be part of the bike ped master plan update. And if you have any questions on this, I'd be more than happy to answer any questions, or Ms. Vargas can fill in some of the questions that you may have.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Just a procedural point. At the last meeting, you moved quickly into a vote, and I don't think you had an opportunity to hear a staff recommendation on the issue. And I just wanted to point out that there are a few issues, like the BZ 450 height limit, Emerald Drive, the NRO, that you may want to hear from staff on their recommendation before you actually move into a vote where, as Dr. Medina correctly pointed out, we should not be having a discussion in the middle of a vote. So I just wanted to point out, I'm sure staff has opinions on these issues based upon their review, and also the consultant may have some recommendations. I just think it would be important to recognize that before you go into a vote on one of these issues, it would be worthwhile to hear from staff or the consultant.
Certainly. And to your, Counselor, the plan would be that we would try to summarize each one of the elements once discussions have been finished on that particular element. Then staff, whatever input they would have on it, that would give us the opportunity then to do the vote on that, and we would do it one element at a time.
What you're saying is you would identify the changes that you would be considering on each element and have someone summarize those and then have a discussion on those changes? Is that what you're saying?
Well, yeah, I mean, well, first of all, we're going to have to find out what everybody has on their plate as far as what they want to give us their input on.
Right, because the actual elements were summarized during the consultant's presentation.
We can expand on that,
right,
on those points, and then make a determination from there on as to whether or not we want to go ahead and summarize it, have staff summarize it, that particular element, and then vote on it. See what I'm saying? I mean,
we were not prepared to go back and re-summarize what the consultant
right, but I mean,
did.
Well, we're going to vote on each element.
We're going to vote on each element.
Yeah.
Yes.
Right, but you should really just be discussing the changes that
Yes.
either you as commissioners want to introduce
Correct.
or responding to comments from the public.
Correct.
And
That's why,
discussing those changes.
And I think I
Right.
emphasized that everybody has an opportunity to do that.
Or other
And-
changes
and
you may
then,
desire.
Right, or if you also have items that you also desire to be put into that, into the comp plan.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah, but if it's not to the element, because I want to,
Okay. All right,
I need
let's-
a definition on
Okay.
two things,
Okay.
that, on what you gave us.
Yes, sir.
On the art overlay district, what elements constitutes what would go into an art overlay district?
That's in your LDRs. Arts Overlay District is in the LDRs in your zoning. It's not in the comp plan.
Okay,
It's already covered.
it is
All they
covered.
want to do is expand it. So when we get to the zoning and
Expand
LDRs,
what
expand.
to those
what-
areas.
Expand it, in other words, change the zoning map to extend the AOD
Right.
over to those other
Right.
properties that you all
But
are
I guess
talking about.
what I'm looking for is whether or not that would be relevant to whatever properties they are currently looking at or that they have in mind that they're asking those art overlay districts to be expanded over.
You-
In other words, are they asking for something that would not apply to the property around that art overlay district?
The art over,
the art-
yes, because the art overlay district allows certain uses
Right.
in the arts overlay that isn't on other properties that are not within the arts overlay district.
Right.
So when you get to the, go ahead, when you get to the zoning and the LDRs, that item would come back to you
Mhm.
as a documented request for the
Okay.
land use and, I mean, not land use, the zoning map change, because it's not a text change.
Right.
It doesn't change any of the allowable uses that are in there.
Okay.
It just expands that boundary
Okay.
to pick up additional parcels of
Right.
land.
So there will still be a review process if somebody wants to do something within that overlay district.
Yeah, I
That they
mean,
have to meet the criteria
Yes.
of that.
That's correct. That's
in order
correct,
to
because
do
there
it.
are, that is.
Regardless of what's existing in there now.
Well, what's existing in there now is protected. If they come in and want to redevelop and they're in the arts overlay district, there are benefits to being in the arts overlay district. They get to do additional things in the
Mhm.
arts overlay district that allows more focus on the arts.
Right.
And it prohibits certain things in the arts overlay
Okay.
district. So you couldn't have a vehicle repair shop or something like that,
Right.
right? So the arts overlay district is focused on arts and culture.
Right.
And
But
it
if
just
there's
expands
mixed
it
use
over.
within that area,
Through the chair,
yes.
may I just make a potential suggestion for this? If you feel strongly that maybe we need to include something, we could add some policy language recommending that the city does a study to expand the AOD. In other words, this is not a land use category in the land use elements, so we would not be able to do the expansion here, but we could include some language indicating the city might undertake that evaluation as part of an update of the LDRs and zoning map.
Sure.
I believe
guess
it's only,
more than
believe it's only
anything, I would
4
want to prevent somebody to try to take advantage of that and do something that they're not
Sure.
allowed to in that. Mr. Cook,
I'm
good
gonna-
evening, sir.
Mr. Cook, our Community Planning and Development
Yes.
Director, has joined us, and I think he would like to share his thoughts.
Good evening, Derek Cook, Director with Community Planning and Development Department. If I may, specific to the AOD, through the chair, is specifically speak about that. You're talking about an overlay district for this specific request that the applicant is talking about. It's just going to extend it. Their property terminates on the east side of it is where the AOD ends for them. And they're talking about expanding it, and always on the south side of Northeast 25th Street, you have AOD that goes all the way up to that point, and their property exists right across the street, and they just want to extend the AOD. And it would terminate on Northeast 4th Avenue.
Sure.
And if you want to go into specifically, I can get into
No,
the
that's
LDRs
fine.
and let you know what it would give them. They're already an institute that exists right there, and the AOD would just enhance what they'll be able to do
Right.
without disrupting that current area, which has a religious facility there and multifamily development
Right.
that is on those lots that are adjacent to their properties.
Right.
But I just want to clarify, if I may, that you would not be able to expand the boundary of the AOD in this process that we're talking about tonight,
Mhm.
because the AOD is not a future land use category. So in other words, what Mr. Cook is talking about is a rezoning. Actually, yeah, it's both a rezoning and a map amendment, a zoning map amendment. It's not a future land use map, and it's not a policy issue. We can put some language in the future land use element for the city to undertake those actions, but we cannot expand that boundary tonight.
She's correct. As Ms. Love has stated, that this is a process that we would attend to through our LDR, which is the next step after we update
Right.
the land use component tonight.
As always, when we get into wanting to change anything that smells of a zoning change, I always am conscious of the fact that somebody could challenge it for being spot zoning, and I would want to make sure that everybody's got their
Yeah.
their
No,
T's,
this
dots.
generally, you're extending something over.
Right.
So it's not jumping, you're not like jumping over a
Right.
bunch of properties to now
Right.
rezone that.
That's the
That would be spot
clarification that
zoning.
I'm looking for.
Yes, sir.
All right.
It will not be spot zoning. It would be a smooth transition, extending the boundary line over. And again, that would be during the a rezoning and changing the zoning map.
Okay. All right. And then
Mr. Chair? Yeah, so, so tonight would not be the night to address that particular change?
No.
Ms. Vargas said, normally I would tell you no, that to wait for the zoning change
Right.
down the road
In the
because we're
LDRs.
documenting this.
Yeah.
But as Ms. Vargas said, if you all desire, we could create some sort of policy that says we're going to do what we just said we would do in the zoning process. Because it has to come back and go through the public hearing process, when we get to that.
I think
It'll be a
that would
whole
be
series
the,
of workshops.
that would be the logical
whole
thing
series
to
of-
do and not address it.
Right.
Right. Right. Exactly. Exactly.
I'm sorry, what did you say? I
No,
couldn't
we'll-
hear you.
I think it's a good idea, what you just said. If it's, I thought it was brought up here the last meeting we were at, and do you want to extend it? And it makes sense, it's, common sense just to extend it, make a policy that we're going to bring it back up, if that's what you're saying.
I mean, that's if you all think that you want to recommend adding a policy, otherwise it would be addressed at the zoning level when we get to that piece of it.
Right.
All right.
And
Okay.
then it would come before you as a recommendation
Sure.
that we tracked from this process.
Right.
And then you'd still have to vote on it.
Right.
Yeah, let me, going along with what council advised, what is staff's position on that, whether it's tonight or in the LDRs? What is staff,
Well, you can't change it. You're not going to change it now.
right, I know, but what would be your,
I don't think it's necessary to do a policy because we're documenting all of this, and those items that would be for the next level are being tracked. Otherwise, you'd be ending up policies with a whole bunch of stuff that,
Right.
you'd
Okay.
have to maybe think on. But staff has this tracked. It has,
Yeah.
you have it. It's been documented during the public hearing process. It will come back at the next stage.
So then we don't have to, it's a moot issue at this point.
right.
Yeah.
It's not an issue that you can tackle tonight unless you all
Right,
decide you want
right,
to add a policy.
We kind of strayed away from my original concern was merely to find out that art overlay district, and you pointed out that it has certain elements in it that they would have to follow and nothing else can be added to it, and somebody claimed that it's a part of, well, I can do it because I'm declaring, I'm asking it to be included in as a part of the art overlay district. And
Well,
then they
somebody
call
could
it
al-
art, and it's not,
Somebody could always come back and request a text change to add additional uses, but right now,
Right.
it would be just a straight extending the boundary, not
Right.
changing any of the text,
Okay.
not changing any of the allowable uses.
You've answered my question. You answered it half an hour ago, but I let it.
But we had to discuss it
No,
further.
I know.
Mr. Chair?
Okay. Yes. Someone call, yes.
So I have a
evening.
quick question. So now that we have gotten to the point where we are going to vote, I just would like to know at what point would we bring the motion for reconsideration for Emerald Drive? Would it happen?
Anyone who voted against or voted to deny it, that person would have to bring it up. In
Well,
other
to
words,
win.
yeah,
Yeah,
You can do that now.
yeah. Well, yeah.
It's part of your discussion,
Yeah.
so you
Who
can
part
do
of
it
our-
at any time during your
Who were the
discussion.
individuals who voted for it, council, do you recall? Can you
Well, I
give us the
believe-
vote?
I believe I believe there was just two of us that voted. You and I voted
Against it.
against it.
Right.
So there were
The,
Four. that voted to deny it?
Commissioner Bob voted for it, to deny, voted yes to deny. Dr. Medina, Commissioner Clark, Commissioner Besson, and Commissioner Blamure voted, so the only two who said no to denying the motion was the vice chair and the chair.
All
So
right.
anybody other than the vice chair and the chair can bring this forward.
Right. Now,
And staff's, what is staff's opinion? On
On
this?
which, sir?
On this one,
On-
council said we should ask for your opinion.
On Emerald Drive?
On everything we're gonna vote on, they asked for your opinion.
yeah, but
Oh, my goodness gracious,
Well,
I mean, do
okay.
you support it or not support it?
Of the change on Emerald Drive, that is fully supported by staff.
Okay.
It totally makes sense. And it, as we explained that to you before, that change takes that, goes back, flips it back to what it was before it was purchased by Johnson & Wells.
right. So, having said that, now, remember, that's a part of an element. So we're going to be voting per element. So let's get through the elements. Let's bring out all the issues.
So that's
on the
what, that
elements.
was my question. Do we
Yeah.
go through the elements first? And
Yes.
then someone can bring a motion for reconsideration? Or do we bring a motion for reconsideration first and then vote on the
Counselor?
elements?
I turn to
I
you.
assumed you were in the first element, so unless
You're in
you
the
say
future land
otherwise.
use.
Well, we have
you're-
some other items within that first element, which is the land use element, correct?
No, that's part of the land use element, so.
Right.
You're
As long as
discussing it
you're
now.
having that discussion
All
on
right.
the first element, this is part of that discussion.
All right,
So you don't vote first on the element, you
right. I
resolve what
understand.
amendments you're going to be making to the element,
Right.
and that's part of that discussion.
Right, okay, so, regards to that land use element now, we are discussing that. And, Ms. Blamure, you have the floor. And, let us know what you would, like to present regarding, any of the items in this particular element.
Okay, so I'll bring a motion for reconsideration. And I know that there are several individuals that spoke for it. I wanted to know, was there anyone here that is against it?
Well, the public hearing, we
No,
already
no,
had that.
Right, no, it's a question. Was there anyone here, I don't believe I heard that anyone spoke against it. Was that correct?
I don't believe
Staff?
so.
Okay, great. So I would like to bring a motion forth for reconsideration.
Ms. Lemur, if you might, I need some clarification from the staff.
Yes.
Okay, sure.
Ms. Medina?
So, of course, I'm here to serve the public. If they want to change the zoning, I don't have a problem with it. But now, when we change the zoning, the lake
It's a separate item. That's a separate item.
is a separate item.
Yes, sir.
So the zoning will not affect the lake.
No, because it's only going to be, the lake does not have any density. It's actually a land use of water. There's two issues. One, they wanted better protection, stronger protections for that lake, even though it's water. And in order to develop it, they would have to go through a land use amendment to change that zoning, the land use of water and the zoning of water, to be able to do any development.
So I don't understand. The lake is private property.
The lake, it doesn't matter, that whoever owns the
No,
lake,
bear
if they
bear with
want.
me a second. So whoever's own it can fill it out because it's not a natural
They
lake.
have to change the land use in order to be able to do that, sir.
Water doesn't have any development rights.
Correct. So in order to get any development rights, filling it in isn't going to give you development rights. You can fill it in all day long and not have development rights. What would give you the ability to do any development on it would be to get a future
So-
land use map amendment and a zoning map amendment, right? So the two issues are stronger protections for the water category, and then the second issue is the land use zone, the land use change for the upland properties, not the water. So you got two different items.
Okay.
Okay, sir?
All right, now, Ms. Rivera, continue.
She made the motion.
So I made the motion for reconsideration.
You have a second.
I second the
All right,
motion.
there's a second to the reconsideration.
Dr. Medina?
Dr. Medina did. Mr. Hill?
So just to clarify the record, the motion is to reconsider the prior action of the board in deciding not to consider the, the change in land use designation on Emerald Drive.
Correct.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct. We're the motion is to rescind that earlier recommendation.
Right, to reconsider.
Yes, and reconsider it. We have a motion, we have a second. I'd like a roll call on this, please. Ms. Blamire?
Yes.
Yes, Mr. McDermott?
Yes.
Mr. Each?
Can I vote on this?
No, he
He doesn't
Well,
have
who's
a.
saying
Eric?
yes?
Yes, he
So-
can.
he can?
Because this is a citywide comprehensive plan matter, it's not an individual matter, the special private gain or loss rule would not be invoked. There's many interests affected, so I have advised Mr. Each that he can vote on this.
I just have a quick question.
Sure.
If I'm not mistaken, was there someone who came up who spoke for it and had the same last name?
Yeah,
Yes, but that's not relevant.
yeah.
Okay.
That isn't. And you have multiple property owners there who
Yeah,
have submitted
and there might have been a
requests.
prior individual application. I don't recall how that resolved, but that was a separate issue, because
Okay.
this is a citywide issue.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Mr. Each?
Yes.
Dr. Medina?
Yes.
Mr. Bob? Yes. Mr. Bob, yes. Dr. Basin?
Yes.
And Chair, Mr. Ernst votes yes.
Okay, so now you're reconsidering that item.
Yes, that item has been reconsidered.
Okay. All right,
Now, do we need a separate motion to?
of all your changes. So
Yeah,
now you've
well-
reconsidered that,
We need to discuss further
other
all
changes.
the other changes.
Yeah.
We're not going to do it one by one?
Well, we're doing this land use development. Any
You're doing the
item
future
that
land
we,
use element, not individual items within
Okay.
that land
All
use
right.
element.
Okay.
You'd say, Mr. Vice Chair, you may have something you would like to add or take out of the comp plan now that you would also recommend, and then everybody would vote on how they're gonna do it. But you don't, you do it in a lump.
A lump, okay.
Okay.
Lumps are good.
I'm just keeping track of what you guys are approving or not.
so now again, we're having discussion on the land use elements.
Yes, sir.
And
Now, the lake have we discussed the lake, or are we?
Well, the lake, Ms. Vargas, on the lake protection, would you please speak briefly about what we talked about on the lake protection?
Yes, there are protections for water bodies in the comp plan as part of other elements, part of the conservation element, because, it addresses environmental, natural resource issues. However, if you wanted to add or strengthen the language that exists in order to protect, it could even be, specifically this lake. You could have something in there that provides additional protection. I think the language that we have in there right now, because as Dr. Medina pointed out, if the lake is privately owned, yes, there is the possibility of filling it in. It's not easy. It's not easy at all. It has to go through, agencies outside of the city to get authorization to do it, but it's not impossible. However, even if you fill it in, as a land use designation of water, it doesn't have the development rights. So you have to go through, additional steps in order to get to a point where you could actually say, well, we're going to develop it. We could put additional language in there that, create additional protections beyond what I just explained. However, because it is private property, you cannot prevent someone from trying to develop it. And that comes to that. It's the development rights issue.
Mhm.
So we can put some additional language, strengthen the language that is in there, but you cannot prohibit it.
altogether.
Oh, no, but we
Right,
can
you
change,
can't- you-
we can change the zoning, right?
No.
No,
No,
that's the
no.
highest level of protection right now is water.
Water
For the
is,
lake.
Water.
because it
Okay.
doesn't have
All right.
any development rights as it is.
Okay, and
Right.
staff supports that?
Yes, we believe
That's
that,
what's in place.
that's what's in place now.
That's
Okay.
what's
We
in
were
place
not
now.
we
Yeah.
were not suggesting to change that.
Right.
I have a question, Mr. Chair.
Yes, Ms. Bowler?
You stated that we can add language to secure it. What are you proposing?
Well, not secured it as I said, right, to those limitations. However, one of the, I think that my colleague Carla had suggested some language actually already that would require doing some, I don't have it in front of me and I'm sorry, but some type of environmental impact study to, for anything that would be, even in the vicinity, not necessarily the lake itself, but in the vicinity, to ensure that there are no negative impacts of development on the quality, on the water quality and on the resources and habitat provided by the lake. So that's one way in which we already have added some language there to create additional protection, but we could strengthen that further. I don't have anything in my head right now, but we could look at it for
Ms.
further
Love?
protection.
And to Counselor, if I could help you here, any kind of a designation as far as a habitat or designating it a habitat, would that be able to act as a deterrent? In other words, let's say wading birds are nesting there and we discovered that there's an endangered species there or something like that.
Wouldn't even have to
Would
go to
that
that level.
prohibit them?
I think that it would have, it could not be done tonight. What we could do with that is to suggest that a study be conducted to determine whether that is the case.
Right,
But we don't have any factual evidence tonight
right,
to back that off.
right.
So.
So we could add safeguards saying that an environmental impact regarding any kind of natural effects on wildlife or the natural
It's already been.
makeup of the area or whatever. I'm searching for language, but
That language has already been added by them
It has.
for that any, for environmental impacts on habitat, species, you don't necessarily, and water quality primarily.
Right.
Water quality primarily, because any type of fill going in there is going to degrade the water
Degrade
quality.
the
water, yeah.
So.
Kill the wildlife.
But they still have to go through, you can't say they cannot apply.
right, exactly.
But they would have to, as Ms. Vargas stated, they would have to show us this study and how
Okay.
what its impact will be on water quality
Okay.
for that water body.
Right,
Okay.
and so
So I'm-
staff,
I'm-
you're assuring us that you feel that there's adequate enough language in there? to-
Yes, because we looked at that issue early on, and so I feel confident that it's there.
Mhm.
Ms. Vargas, you don't have that language with you tonight, correct?
I do, I'm looking for it.
Thank you so much, I appreciate that, because I want them to hear that, because I believe it's sufficient to further protect the lake.
Well,
Okay.
Ms. Bamera, are you satisfied?
I-
Yes, ma'am. You
So, of course, my concern, as I believe Dr. Medina's concern, is to ensure that all that we can do is being done tonight as far as verbiage is concerned, to ensure that those that would apply for it have to go through multiple hurdles before that could happen. As you stated, we cannot stop them, but we definitely can create parameters by which it becomes very difficult for it to happen.
And
Yeah,
that's
I mean,
important.
just getting from Durham, I mean, going through Miami-Dade County,
Sure.
you have to have city sign off on it, any way to bring in any fill and filling any sort of water bodies. So the alarm bells would already start before, even if they went directly to Durham,
Mhm.
they would still have to have city approval. So the alarm bell would already come off. And then if they applied for it, they would have to show the effect on the water quality. So give Ms. Vargas a moment to find the language, if you don't mind, so
Okay.
that you could feel comfortable as
Can we
as
move
I
on
feel
to
comfortable.
any other, I'd like to expedite things here if we could, while she's doing that.
Yes, sir.
Um,
Any other
give-
questions that
Give
you
some
have?
other
Yes.
Can I
members
ask
of the
a question,
commission.
Mr. Chair? On the lake issue, can that be done at the staff level, or do you need a public hearing for a permit to fill the lake?
No, that's done at staff level. It's not a public hearing. Durham just requires that they have to get a permit from the city to do any fill.
Can
So that's where the alarm bell would start.
May I just interject? With Durham informed everybody, the lake is owned by several of us on up to about 20 feet, and then the rest of it is owned by someone else, and then I think the city has a portion.
Right.
And the lake has been in existence, I guess, over 80 years. There's tarpon, amberjack, all types of wildlife in there, and it's a crystal clear, a beautiful pristine body of water. And it's a gorgeous wall on one side that the city should absolutely get in there and utilize and clean up. But anyway, long and short of it was Durham informed me that for them, the final to say would be with the city of North Miami, and that would require a zoning change.
It
And the
would.
zoning change is a supermajority of 4-1.
And so that's what I said to you. They would have to
And,
apply.
right now, it's zoned, it took a long time for me to settle in my head, but it's zoned as water.
It's future land use
And
designations,
this-
water,
you can't
zoning.
can't just go and fill it in, I'm gonna develop it. And that's what I think everybody, including the city, we're all afraid of, and the surrounding neighborhoods, we're afraid that catches a great deal of water. It's been there for about 80 years. It's a beautiful piece of nature. And the fish in there are just absolutely beautiful, and everybody, we pump air in there, and we make sure that it's the balance is that's absolutely right, and we're just worried about somebody trying to buy that land and filling it up, and nobody has anything. And then also that would actually probably cause a big flooding in that area, because that
It
is a
would.
big catchment.
And because it's a huge catchment,
It is. It's
it would,
amazing.
it covers more than 5 acres of area. It's more like a regional catchment. South Florida Water Management District, you'd need to get approval from the Water Management District as to, so they have a lot of things they have to do even now before anything else occurs. So, Ms. Vargas, did you find that language?
There are multiple pieces, and some of it is already in the plan. These are not necessarily things that we changed. But just to give you an idea, Objective 6.1b says, through the permitting process, the city shall continue to preserve and maintain identified wetlands, hydrology, and water quality from the impacts of new development or redevelopment, and facilitate the designation of conservation or environmental reserve zones for areas such as outlying islands. Doesn't mean that it's all
So it falls under conservation.
Right, it
elements.
falls under conservation. There are other, there are other pieces.
It's on page 6.5.
Yeah, I'm looking.
6B11, that's language that is already in there that says the city shall deny permit applications for new development or redevelopment projects which may adversely impact existing wetlands, hydrology, and water quality or quantity until satisfactory mitigation and protection measures are performance bonded by a developer. And then we have additional language in element 13, which is, which is a climate change and resilience element. And my colleague Carla is looking for language that we had proposed after that first meeting that we had with you where this issue came up. That language has not been added here. This is why I was suggesting we crafted some language, but it hasn't been added because you haven't voted on it. So if you vote on it, we can add it, and she's gonna send it to me in just a second.
Okay, so while we wait for that, let's go ahead and move on so we can
Yes.
keep going, and then we'll come back to Ms. Vargas.
All right, so now, again, let me get back to the commissioners. Has anybody within the future land use element have anything they want to see added to it?
Or
Or-
deleted?
Any other
You didn't
comments
like?
on it? Didn't like?
Pardon?
What'd
Yes,
you
sir.
say, Debbie?
Whatever you didn't like that's in there now, that you say, no, we don't recommend that, or, yes, we're good, but you may have something particular. Now is
Right.
that time for that
Yeah,
discussion.
now's the time.
And then you can
If-
talk
if
about
not,
the
once we
NRO, and I
get-
can
yeah.
give you that.
Right, because I want
recommendation.
to, we have 13 elements that we need to
Yeah,
discuss here.
this is
so-
the longest one.
Right, this is the longest one.
This is
so
the
let's-
longest one, yeah.
I'm sure there will be some elements that you will not be spending probably a whole lot of time on, because
right.
we did make a lot of changes to them. But I just wanted to read you the language that had been drafted. And this would be added, if you would like us to. Minimum standards for environmental, water quality, and service performance should be determined through the recommended environmental assessment process and thereafter applied to development review. The city's LDRs and zoning regulations should be amended as needed to require development proposals to include documentation of potential development impacts on the ecological health and hydrological function of existing water bodies, and she says we could add water quality to
Okay, is
that
that
as
in the
well.
conservation element? or in the-
What's she gonna put it in? It would be in conservation, correct?
Yes,
Yes.
I believe
so
that
that'll
is
go into
correct.
So we're not in the conservation element yet, but yeah,
All right,
that language.
that will go into that. All
For
right.
the, for
That would be
the,
excellent, yeah.
for the
Okay.
water body
So when we get to
protection.
that point, do we need to readdress that again?
Yes.
Since we're
Yes.
right now, okay.
Yeah. So just
Let's
so
all
you
make a
know, we've
mental
got
note,
some
and
language
When we get
in
to
the conservation.
conservation, we will, we'll go ahead and address that. Okay.
Are you on now?
All right, right now, we're on future land use development, and I'm asking if there's any other additional recommendations from this panel to add to it before we go ahead, take a vote to have this portion of the future land use development adopted and moved forward to the commission.
And if you have any, if you ask staff any recommendations on specific policies such as the removal of the NRO, just like I spoke to you just earlier on the other
Right.
item.
But I'm sorry, through you,
No, go
Mr.
ahead,
Chairman. So then, but this NRO is, we're set with that, right? That's gonna be removed, that's the recommendation.
That's the recommendation. You have to vote and let us know if you want to approve that, because that's one of the few land use changes we did recommend. We didn't recommend any others.
So this
What
is the
the
only,
land use change for Emerald Lake came from the public.
oh, okay.
So
this
even
is-
if we vote to move forward the recommendations on the future land use element, is that included in it, or do we have to vote separately for that?
No,
No,
it's part,
It's,
part of
it's,
the
inclu-
loan.
it's part of, it's part of the comp plan.
All right.
What you have
Part
to
of the
vote
loan.
for are the things that are not in there,
Right,
like the change, like you just did on
Right.
Emerald Drive.
right,
Or when we get to the conservation on the further protections
Right.
for the water
right,
bodies.
we will address it then.
Right, yes, sir.
Okay, yes, Dr. Medina?
Yeah, so we're not voting yet on this density and, to encourage working people, residents.
You're gonna vote, if you all.
That will be included?
That would be included. Anything that's in the
In this.
document now
Okay, okay.
is what you're going to include or say, I don't agree with that, or up it, or whatever. But your vote already incorporates that because it's in the document?
I got it.
Right.
Okay.
Thanks.
all right.
So I do have.
May I?
Yes,
through
okay.
the chair? Just
yes.
clarification. The language that we have in there, please recall, is that we have a 15% and a 10%. And what you could vote is to increase to the 20% and the 15% that has been recommended
change.
by your elected officials.
Increase
That's
that.
with regard to the workforce housing and affordable.
So I
housing.
cannot recommend that we get rid of the giveaways to the developers? Because I mean,
You certainly could, yes.
yeah.
You'd recommend anything
Yeah,
you
because
wanted.
you kick any tree here in North Miami and 3 developers, so I don't particularly,
But you'd have to be specific about what you're.
very specific, no more additional units for any reason.
So you want to do away with the bonus
Incentives.
incentives?
Yeah, we don't need incentives. We need them out of here, so I don't know why we're incentivizing them.
To bring the idea of incentivizing is to incentivize the development. That's why it was created back in the day.
Yeah, back in the day when nobody was building, but now they're building 10 buildings a mile away from my house.
So this is, Dr. Medina is saying he would like to see the incentives go away.
So, Ms. Love,
Remove the floating units is what he's talking
well,
about.
are there other kinds of incentives that would be affected by that? Or are we specifically dealing with a specific incentive? Are you dealing with only the affordable and workforce housing incentive?
Or
Dr.
the
Medina.
floating unit pool in general? That's the biggest incentives that we have, but we also have other incentives, like expedited permitting and stuff like that.
No, and if you put a bicycle rack, you got more units, and if you put electric.
No.
So,
Replaces parking.
I think the city of North Miami has been discovered. The developers are coming, and there is no stopping that, but I don't think we need to incentivize them, giving them away more units.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman?
Just one clarification. It is true, I believe that it is true that the city has been discovered. Just to clarify that the floating unit pool and this proposed incentive was geared not necessarily to bring developers to the city, but to sort of gear them towards specific areas that have not been as touched as others or favored as others so far, right? So I just want you to keep in mind that it's not like a sort of, everywhere incentives all the time. This was geared, this one in particular, for workforce housing and affordable housing, was geared towards channeling more of that development in this cycle through the next 7 years at least, to the PCD and the NMSTOD. That's really it. So it doesn't apply to other areas. That's just, it may not mean anything to your opinion, of course, but I just wanted to clarify that that was the intent.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
So
LeBert.
with what she just stated, can you articulate exactly what area the floating units are for?
Yeah.
Because I do agree with Dr. Medina that there are areas that are being overdeveloped that we may not necessarily want to give incentives for because it's to maximum capacity. Now, if there are areas that are underdeveloped and we want to incentivize those who desires to come into the city to specifically bring forth projects over there, then it makes sense. So now the question is specifically, what areas are we speaking about?
Your PCDs are along all of your major corridors, 6th Avenue, 7th Avenue, 125th, West Dixie, Biscayne, Boulevard. And so that would focus on the floating units. We want to put them in areas that are, which is the other reason why this goes hand in hand with removal of the NRO, is to keep all of that higher density out of single-family neighborhoods. And we've strengthened the transitional standards when you are adjacent to the PCD, because you have all of these major corridors, and right off the corridors are single-family homes. So you have a nice major corridor, commercial corridor, that you want developed, and you want redevelopment to occur on that corridor, and it's surrounded by single-family homes. So there's already transitional standards in there, and we've actually, in the comp plan, beefed up some of those the transitional requirements that the LDRs would need to incorporate.
Well,
So it's, and the train station overlay district is that whole hub area of the train station that the master plan identified. That, I told you, remember the transit station overlay district on master plan? That's that entire area. So major corridors, implementing the transit station master plan, having development there and on the major corridors. That's what this focus is on for the floating units
And it,
in this cycle.
is it
Now,
possible, I mean, you stated 6th Avenue, 7th Avenue, 125th, West Dixie, Biscayne. Is it possible to recommend that Biscayne is removed?
you don't want development incentives for Biscayne Boulevard?
What I'm,
Is that what you're asking?
in line with the comment that Dr. Medina made, there are certain areas that a lot of the residents feel are overly developed, meaning it's
Up to you
It's
all, because
too-
you have a PCD on Biscayne Boulevard.
So it's too in our eyes, it's to maximum capacity, especially when you have the tale of two cities. And you have areas that no one wants to look at. So how do you ensure that there's a balance? And right now, North Miami is extremely unbalanced. And when you look at everything that is coming, they're continuing in the direction of being unbalanced. So if we are going to give incentives, the incentives should be to balance out the city.
Well, you'll see that the recommendations that the mayor has put forward focuses on Northwest 7th Avenue because there's not been a lot of development on the western portion of the city. Because you don't have that much commercial on that western portion. You have 7th Avenue, and then you have 119th, right? Everything else is pretty much residential. Or we have some public properties over there. So you're not getting much development over there. So these incentives will go beyond just units. It's, as you saw on the screen, there's everything from economic development programs, a concierge service, a lot of other opportunities to refocus and highlight that corridor. Same thing on West Dixie, same thing on 6th Avenue. But they're calling out more on that western side through that particular corridor, fixing that, incentivizing that particular corridor. Because you're not going to have development going into the single-family neighborhoods other than single-family homes, because it's not allowed. So really, you're limited as to where development can go on that west side. You've got commercial on 119th. You've got that nice Northwest 7th Avenue PCD. Other than that, you don't have any. There's no place for development to go outside of the single-family homes over there.
Well, if I'm reading this right, to Dr. Medina and Ms. Blumer, you're asking that somebody that wants to develop along Biscayne Boulevard should not get the incentive, but if they want to develop along 7th Avenue,
Correct.
then they would get it. I don't know if that's legally, I mean, I don't know if you can engineer your
Mr. Held?
How would staff address this? Because I understand what you're saying. Because everybody would want to develop along Biscayne Boulevard and ignore 7th Avenue. I think that's what both
And that's exactly what
commissioners-
has been happening.
And this is what we are trying to avoid.
Which is why the
and-
incentives that we talked to you about, and that's why the mayor is excited about the potential that we don't have now over there. And again, you don't have all the options on that west side of the city that you have elsewhere in the city as far as development, other than single-family homes. So you have a lot of single-family homes over there, and you have Northwest 7th, and you have 119th. And Mr. Hill?
So I understand the question. You're asking whether it's legal, but that's not really the question that you want to ask. The question that you want to ask, it is legal. The question you want to ask is it good land use policy to remove incentives from a developed high-level, high-density corridor? And I think ultimately that's going to be the question that you're going to be voting on. What is the appropriate land use policy for directing growth in the city? And and balancing it out. But yes, it's legal to put incentives in one area and not incentives in another area. Is that-
And they
Would you
only-
agree with that?
Yes, sir. And
Thank
the only change is because right now, your overlay districts are what allows the residential component, because you have underlying commercial. And commercial doesn't have any residential density. So in order to get the mixed-use development that you really need to have to make it work, is by having those incentives, because the overlay is what allows through the conditional use permit for them to have residential. If you don't want that overlay to be on, say, Biscayne Boulevard, which is what incentivizes the residential, you can make that recommendation.
Okay.
Elsewhere, it's kind of, you have to look at a multitude of incentives to stimulate. And you saw all of that list of all those different types of incentives, and they aren't just the residential floating units on Northwest 7th Avenue. It's a complex situation where you can incentivize development to go on the western side. But it isn't just incentives. It's really a proactive approach that our economic development department would be undertaking a lot of those programs and a lot of those activities on in their department.
Yeah, and what I would counter, I guess, would be the fact that if you do get an attractive development, that you would think that would be very beneficial to the Biscayne Boulevard corridor, be it a high-end retailer or something beneficial to the city. I don't know if you would want to have something that would not, that the developer would want some incentive to build there, and it might be beneficial to the city. So.
Mr. Chair.
I mean,
Why
that's
not?
something-
May I make I agree with you. The west side, Northwest 7th Avenue, 143rd to 119th Street, there's a lot of areas in there that should have gone years ago. I look
Right.
at the hotels over there, and it's a disgrace. 119th Street is also very unique because you only have half a block behind the residential. And it's, how do you, unless you rezone 119th and 120th and get rid of more residential, you're not gonna get any decent businesses in there. I cry when I drive down the street when I come off of Gratney. It's terrible. And I had proposed years ago, you make a green belt and a transportation hub over there and put a green belt between the residential and the retail and the green and the transportation hub. But it's, you know, you need to put incentives out there, maybe more incentives on Northwest 7th Avenue than what we give the other, instead of diminishing it, maybe
Right.
add more to it. I mean, 7th Avenue is any place you go in the country, when you take I-95, you see beautiful high-rises now off of the expressway. And as I go downtown, I see beautiful high-rises popping up all over the place over I-95. And I like to see that up here between 143rd and 119th Street and get rid of the blight that's there, for a better word.
Yeah.
Maybe we should add more, like I say, more incentives.
Mr. Chair, so the city completely controls how much density from the floating units goes into any particular project through the
Right.
conditional use process. If you remove incentives, you're sort of removing the dam. There's no water to flow through that process
Right.
to allow development when you want it, as Chairman Ertz just suggested. Or, so if somebody comes in with a request for 500 units, if you don't think it's appropriate, you only grant 250 or some other number that you think is appropriate for that particular location. But you have a process in place where you completely control what goes where already. You don't have to adopt a policy that is more like a hammer than a scalpel.
Yeah.
And I just put in, Mr. Chair, what we are proposing is only for 7 years, correct? So that means 7 years from now.
Every 7 years, you gotta
Yes,
revisit.
7
because
years
you can
from now, we
calibrate
can come
it.
back.
That's right, you can calibrate and see if it is working or not. But remember now, once you remove this, you have the same issue of vested rights in an area. So developers would still, if they are actively working, or if they purchased it with the purpose of redeveloping under that higher density, you have to allow it to proceed forward because vested rights, they're protected. So whether you decide to recommend removal of, and it sounds like, based upon Commissioner Medina's, is removal of the PCD for Biscayne Boulevard, because that's what allows the residential development. Commercial development is as of right.
I mean, honestly, Ms. Love, I feel very strongly about this, okay? I believe that what's going on along Biscayne Boulevard is not necessarily bringing forth individuals within a income that the individuals who currently live here in North Miami can actually live there. They're not, it's not affordable, and that's the reality. And so we're gonna do one of two things. We're gonna be honest and be truthful that what's coming along Biscayne is coming and there's nothing we can do about it, and it's going to bring in a new residency for us, and that's okay. But while we have accepted this to be for the next 7 years, we're gonna balance out the city. That's what I'm proposing, and I think it's being responsible. We're about to hit 100 years. Things clearly don't happen on its own. Individuals have to be purposeful about what they want to see and set the boundaries to ensure that it happens. And that's what we're here for.
Well, you can make whatever motion you want to make,
Okay.
and make those
Can I-
recommendations,
Yeah.
and I'll document them, but you all have to
Can I
vote
ask
agree
a-
on that.
Okay, the chair recognizes Mr. McDermott.
Debbie?
Yes, sir, I'm so sorry.
Can we, would staff, again, back to staff's opinion, is staff in support of this kind of thing, or what is your feeling on this?
Well, I mean, you've kind of put me a little bit on the spot, because quite honestly, this is,
I think Derek's going to take the.
yeah, sure.
I see Mr. Cook's ready to jump
yeah.
here.
I mean, I agree with Commissioner Each. I think that maybe we need to add some to the west, no?
Well,
They're
again,
always going to choose the brighter side. That's just the reality. And as human beings, that's how we are, Mr. McDermott. If you give me an option between three things, I'm going to look at my best interest. And if we're talking about investors, they're looking at the return on their investment. And clearly, Biscayne obviously leads the best.
Okay, I'm sorry, Mr. Cook.
Well, if you, I'll let Mr. Cook finish, but I do want to respond to your question. Mr. Cook, sir.
Mr.
No,
Cook?
No, sir.
So
This is the boss, so let's listen to the boss first.
Good evening, and thank you to the chair, Derek Cook, the Director of Community Planning and Development. I am more in line with what Mr. Each has said and what Mr. McDermott is speaking of, is incentivizing Northwest 7th Avenue with opportunities that would bring about focus to that area rather than stripping someone else of incentives such on Biscayne Boulevard. If we be really specific, on Biscayne Boulevard, we don't have any development going on there when you're talking about mixed-use development. We have existing. Now, off of Biscayne Boulevard, we do have robust development, specifically to Solomia, but that's not on Biscayne Boulevard.
But it's right off of it, sir.
True,
I mean, come
but
on.
that's in its own little world, and that's even if we get rid of the PCD, that does not impact them at all. They under their own separate development that is fully vetted.
Right, but they are part of the landscape of the city, and when someone thinks about development, we, as a city, immediately look to them because it is underdeveloped. It's coming along.
So-
Anyway, I mean, listen, we don't need to beat a dead horse. I think that everyone is going to stick to their opinion. I've stated mine, and I guess at this point, we can move forward.
Well, I need to clarify my position, if you may.
Yes.
So the only incentive developers need is to make money. They don't need anything else. The extra housing units and all the goodies are just giveaways. This is my opinion. It's the opinion of the people that talk to me. You know, we don't need the people who are texting me. We don't need to incentivize the developers. They're making a ton of money already. We don't, these things were created when the city only was getting storage facilities back in the 80s, or even, you know, they're irrelevant now. We don't need to incentivize developers. They're coming. There is no stopping them.
They're coming because because of the PCDs, because of the overlays, because of the fact that we allow residential under commercial that we don't allow. That's why they're coming. It's not because we're attractive. It's attractive because of the residential incentives, which is what makes the projects work for them. You do have projects that are strictly commercial, and they're going to want to do commercial, but there'll be things like, what have we seen, Mr. Cook? We've seen things like the car sales, vehicle sales.
Yes.
What other straight commercial do we have that's come on Biscayne? It's all been off Biscayne. Causeway Village is a mixed-use project that makes it happen because of the residential component to
Yes.
actually make it work.
Yes.
And
So-
that's what we're hearing. That's
so-
what we're hearing.
I'm really get a clear understanding of what you're speaking of, Dr. Medina.
It's very simple.
May I?
If the money is not enough incentive for the developers,
But yes, I guess you're speaking empirical fact when it comes to business. They're there to make money.
and are they making money or not? If they're coming, they're making money.
So,
a ton of money. We don't
so-
need to give them. We
So
don't need to
let's look at where we-
giveaways.
Well, let's look at where we were just 7 years ago in our city before we started introducing these overlays, and where we were as a city. There was no development. Nothing was going on other than the Solar Mill area, really. That's it.
Yeah,
Now that
Mr.
we
Cook,
introduce,
Mr. Cook,
now that we
excuse me.
introduce
Mr.
these
Cook,
overlay
excuse me.
districts,
We
it
had
has
this
brought
conversation
about
before.
developments in other areas.
Excuse me. Let me finish my point. We had this conversation before a long time ago. Me and a lot of people in this city prefer small development, 4 stories with a garage under. And for a lot of people in the city, including me, what you have done is a travesty and ruined this city as what it was designed to be. We don't have the infrastructure, and we don't have a plan to develop the city. This is a WPPO thing, like we said. At this point, I'm not impressed, you know, and what I see is a mess. And the traffic is terrible, and people are getting beat up in front of me in the car wash for for parkings, and in front of me in the dollar store next to my house, because people are stressed because the city wasn't planned properly. And you know, you keep incentivizing people to come and put more stress on the residents, and I have a big problem with that. So
May I?
let's refocus and bring the development we want.
Can I jump in
Yes,
just really quick? I'm
the-
sorry.
the
I'm gonna
chair
switch-
recognizes,
I'm gonna
Mr.
switch
Cook.
gears if I may.
Yes.
Well, first of all, I just want to say that the comprehensive plan is meant to be the plan for the city, right? No community is always successful in implementing everything that is in the plan, but that's meant to be the roadmap. And so, you know, in this effort, what we're trying to do, there was already a vision implicit in this plan that we're updating now for a certain way that the city would develop. And that has been coming on for a while and being tweaked and tweaked and tweaked. Like it's the same plan. Every 7 years, we come back, we look at it, we calibrate it to new conditions, and perhaps even a new vision, right? So I wanted to say that, but also I wanted to just sort of frame for myself what I think are the potential 3, because at the end of the day, I'm going to have to make these changes. Not today, but, you know, obviously you're going to make a recommendation, the council is going to vote. So I heard potentially one of the options is removing the PCD from Biscayne Boulevard, which is a significantly drastic step. because of the rights that have been conferred on that area through the PCD, right? There's an assumption for anyone who owns property. So to remove it has certain consequences. But it is nevertheless an option. The second one would be, I think is what I heard, excluding the Biscayne Boulevard portion of the PCD from getting this benefit that we have suggested of, if you do certain percentage of your units as workforce or affordable housing, then you can get an additional 15 units per acre, right? But only if you make this concession of putting workforce and affordable housing as part of your project. And the third one is to potentially completely eliminate this idea of the workforce and affordable housing set aside in new projects, which is the incentive. So that would be, is what I think is what I'm hearing as the potential three options that I've heard sort of framed.
Okay, Mr.
Is that-
Medina?
Is that correct?
No. We can require that new developers bring 10-20% of
You can,
affordable
but
housing.
remember, just remember
we
that.
don't need to incentivize them.
That is true, you can.
That's one. Two, we can also ask them to bring 20-30% on renewables on the new structures in the city.
Of what?
20-30% of their energy will come from renewables.
That's
That's a
something
different-
that
that's
is
a
addressed in different parts of the
So,
code
we can
already.
address all
Yes.
these things.
Yeah.
We already
At this
have-
point, I think we need to hit the brakes a little bit slowly, like if we were in ice road, slowly, smell the roses, and do a better thing of incentivizing and planning the development we want.
Well, this is the comp plan, this is your plan. This
should-
is the plan, right? I have to agree with Mr. Cook. You shouldn't take away from others to incentivize it in other areas. You should be careful about that. There is, as I mentioned, there has already been a established, this is what's happening along this corridor. So if you want to make a recommendation, let's speed this up. Let's say you want to recommend the removal of the PCD on Biscayne Boulevard, because then it's only commercial they can develop. But they can develop commercial all day long, as of right. But all you don't want it to do is to add more residential, is that what I'm hearing? Or are you wanting to even cap the commercial development on Biscayne? I don't think that's where you're going,
Mr.
but
Chair?
I could be wrong, and I want to get
Mr. Medina,
clarity
I
what your
just-
recommendation is, sir.
I just want to make this crystal clear. You can develop anything you want as far as I'm concerned, as long as you follow the rules. What I am in disagreement is giving things away. For what? I mean, we can require those things, and they will keep coming. They don't have to be, if you put for 30 years, so many units will give you 15.
But you have to remember what Florida statute says now. Which is why you don't see these set-asides anymore. And a lot of the communities it's called inclusionary zoning, where you make them do a certain percentage of the units as affordable workforce. Florida statute says that if you're going to require that, you have to offset that cost to the developer. Not them. You have to offset the cost as a municipality, which is why a lot of these cities are now removing that, because the burden now becomes, how am I going to pay for that? Well, your incentive to pay for that, to get this, what she's talking about, are the units, the bonus density units. That's how you pay for that requirement. Because you can't just go, oh, nope, we're gonna make you do that.
So we
unless
pay
you
for it
offset the
anyway,
cost for that.
Debbie.
I'm sorry, sir?
We're paying for it anyway. We
Well,
pay
no,
one
no.
way or the other.
Well, now, I'm not gonna have any, I'm not
No,
arguing
I
with
know.
you, sir. I'm just trying to make a clarifying point for you to consider. Florida statute is very specific that if you make them do that, and those units cost, I'm just gonna make up a number, right? $68,000 a unit. I don't know where I came up with that number. Then the city has to offset that cost. And we do not have that money to do an inclusionary zoning. So the alternative is to do this bonus density, limit it to the PCDs, limit it to the train station overlay, and that's it. And you can't now go in and just have, you can't, I think what we've come up with Northwest 7th Avenue is going to bring more development on that side. But remember, the problem with realigning stuff is you don't have the land use to actually, you have very limited land use commercial outside of the single family on the western side, which has been challenging, which is why now we're coming up with some very, oh gosh, a lot of incentives that are unrelated to the bonus units for Northwest 7th Avenue, unless it is, Ms. Vargas? Ms. Vargas, on 7th Avenue, was one of the incentives additional bonus units, or they were primarily other types of incentives on Northwest 7th Avenue?
For 7th Avenue, the additional incentive, and I'm saying additional in terms of, yes, this incentive of you can get additional units if you provide workforce or affordable housing, that's one. But in terms of development related incentives, the other one would be that you could exclude 5 levels of parking from the building height. So, because, you know, the building height requires the parking to be included, and so that would be another suggestion. May I mention, sort of reiterate the statute that you were talking about for workforce? I'm sorry, that's not for workforce, for affordable housing.
Affordable housing.
That it says, in exchange for a developer fulfilling the requirements of subsection 2, which talks about inclusionary housing, that's when you require a minimum to be provided. So in exchange for that, or for residential or mixed-use residential development, the requirements of subsection 3, which is an affordable housing linkage fee, a municipality must provide incentives to fully offset all costs to the developer of its affordable housing contribution or linkage fee. And then it allows for a list of incentives that may include but are not limited to allowing the developer density or intensity bonus incentives or more floor space, reducing or waiving fees, such as impact fees or water and sewage charges, which you may not want to do, frankly, given that that's one of the big issues, granting other incentives, and I think that's the list there.
It requires a study. In other words, what that does, that requires a serious study, a linkage study to link that, and that's a cost. That's something we'd have to do. So at this point, we don't have the time or the ability to analyze that, to justify that, but that's beside the point. Let's stay focused on your PCD Biscayne Boulevard conversation, because that's something you just brought up. I want to stay focused so that we can get through this, and your recommendation that is on the floor from Dr. Medina, he's recommending removal of the PCD for Biscayne Boulevard, because that's what brings in the residential component. Is that what I'm hearing?
Mr. Medina?
No.
No.
No? What is it, sir?
I just want to remove the giveaways.
Well,
in the whole
sir, you
city.
have to, I know,
So,
Like, which giveaway is it that you're thinking of, sir?
the extra units.
So it sounds like, to me, if I may,
That's where they get
through
it,
the
is
chair,
PCD.
yes, Mr. Cook, you may
Dr. Medina,
respond.
it sounds like, to me, if I'm correct me, of course you will, that you want to get rid of the overlay districts that are lots for bonus units.
That's what I
That's
just
right.
said. That's what I just said. It's removal of the PCD on Biscayne Boulevard that Dr. Blamur was speaking of. You're talking about everywhere, not just limited to Biscayne Boulevard. Okay.
Are you
But
doing that?
however, if I may, through the
Yes,
chair.
because I want to move along and
removing
get
the
this resolved,
PCD.
so make it quick, please,
Yes,
Sylvia.
removing the PCD is separate from what we're talking about right now, which is this is a new policy reserving units for workforce and affordable housing, which would then be set aside for projects in the PCD. This is separate. So we're talking about, you remove the PCD, but if you don't handle this new policy separately, then there's
Right.
still an incentive.
They're not necessarily linked together. We could say that if you're going to do that, it's limited to in the PCD. If you all vote to remove all the PCDs, which is what I'm hearing from Dr. Medina, then it would be limited to, we'd have to change that policy to drive that in other areas of the city, because then you're not having the set-asides, and then you have that issue of the offsets and paying for that inclusionary zoning in order to get any sort of residential development, particularly of affordable housing.
I think we get the picture. So, Mr. Medina.
And Dr. Besson had something, he's
Dr.
wanted to
Besson?
speak.
If you want development to continue, you need to incentivize all areas of the city. However, you don't necessarily need to incentivize them at the same level. Don't shoot yourself in the foot and kill Biscayne Boulevard development in the PCDs, but further incentivize the areas where developers will come in, and if the deal is good enough, they will develop those areas. There could be changes in impact fees, there could be property tax deferrals, nothing like buying a car at 0% interest for the first 36 months. That gets a lot of people in the doors if you're a car salesman. So take a look at not rolling backwards and de-incentivizing people and developers from coming in, but increase, and let's talk about perhaps in the future what we can do in other areas of the city. If you want 7th Avenue developed, there has to be a different plan for that area, or it could be stacked on top of the original plans. Can we do that?
So if I may,
Yes.
to speak, if I may, through the
Mr.
chair,
Cook.
to what our consultant has stated through our conversation with the mayor, one of the essential incentives that we are talking about adding to 7th Avenue is allowing them to have 5 stories for parking and it not count towards that height. That's the 2 minute. That to mirrors what we kind of have in Solomia right now. Solomia has 6 stories of parking, and then you start counting their height. And he wants to bring that up, and that brings an incentive. Main thing that people talk about when they're talking about doing their development is how they're going to handle parking on the lot and how they're going to be able to do that. And this is really going to bring an incentive to be, oh, we can look at 7th Avenue because of this extra benefit, coupled with the other elements that was spoke of that we're talking about bringing to the comprehensive plan that is unique, will be unique to 7th Avenue and nowhere else outside of Solomita.
Right.
Now, if there's any fluctuation in those incentives, this comes to the planning commission anyway.
Correct.
So we would have the final determination, Dr. Besson. If we want to give them more, or if we think it's too much, we could tell staff, we think you're giving away the farm, but or they need to add more.
Or you could
So-
add a community benefits
Right, we can
requirement.
we can
that they
add
need to
things
set
like
up with
that.
Community benefit.
I mean, that's part of our job.
And that
So,
isn't necessarily
yeah,
done
we
tonight.
provide that
can be
checks
done
and
later
balance.
on. With perhaps a study on what's going to bring in the developers in the areas of the city that you want to develop.
Which is sort of
Right.
what they undertook, the consultant undertook on Northwest 7th Avenue, was looking closer at how to further incentivize, because they have the same incentives as everybody else does. It's just not drawing them over there. And a
Right.
big part of that has to do with how it looks. And so that's why you see some of that about facade grants and funding like that to improve the physical space. DOT just came through and did a bunch of work on Northwest 7th Avenue to make the street look better, but it doesn't affect the building. So the entire place isn't as attractive as it could potentially. And Mr. Chair, Commissioner Bob.
Good evening, sir. We haven't allowed you to speak so much, and I apologize for, again, your location is very,
No, that's fine. No worries. No worries. So I just want to confirm something. Based on the proposal that's being discussed right now, as far as the removal of all incentives, this would, if we go that route, it would include the set-asides for workforce and affordable housing. Am I correct
right,
in that?
because the set-asides come out of the pool.
Because of that. Okay. All right. I wanted to confirm that.
And to
Thank you.
pay for those incentives is the
Right.
exchange.
well,
Okay.
yeah, we're about,
So, Mr. Chairman, I just want to clarify that Dr. Medina gave his recommendation and that my recommendation is specifically removing Biscayne, not all.
Only,
My recommendation is removing these incentives for Biscayne.
The PCD is where the incentive comes in, where the residential development.
Correct.
Okay, just for Biscayne.
Correct.
So-
And Dr. Medina's is to remove the PCDs, which provides the incentives for development throughout the city, correct, sir?
I mean, this is an opinion, it's not
Well,
written in, I mean, it's my opinion that we don't need to incentivize
Of course, sir.
anymore. But
Okay.
that's it.
Gotcha. I'm just
Right.
clarifying what we're.
Mr. Chair.
okay.
talking about.
Well, he's not, so therefore, Mr. Medina, you're not presenting a motion. I believe Ms. Lemur would like to make a motion that we accept removing the incentives for the PCPs along Biscayne Boulevard.
PCD along, now, is it both sides of Biscayne Boulevard? Because the one side, you're limited in height to 55 feet, so you're not getting a whole lot of development on the west side. You're getting primarily development coming in on the east side. Is that right?
So for both sides, as I stated before, I truly believe that we need to be purposeful and intentional about what happens in the city for the next 7 years. And in my opinion, there should be a focus on areas like 7th Avenue and West Dixie Highway, and of course 6th Avenue, where we are severely lacking in development. Thank you.
You're welcome, ma'am. So again, a lot of that, I just wanted to share with you as what we are hearing is that we're actually getting more interest on 6th Avenue, by the way. So that's pretty exciting. But these incentives for Northwest 7th Avenue is geared to bring more development on that side, even though it's a very limited area that you can actually have anything other than single family. So with that in mind, Mr.
May I
Chair,
ask
you
a
have that,
Yes.
and then
May I ask you one question?
Yes.
Sorry.
just trying to keep track of what we're.
What areas, the only area that I see that's available to develop right now on Biscayne Boulevard is south of San Souci Boulevard, where that parking lot is at. I don't see any other areas out there. Everything is developed, everything is,
Is that North Miami or is
commercial.
that
Huh?
county, though?
No, just south of San Souci. I think it's in the city, which we have it there. It used to be where the old Second National Bank is, and it was
Yes, sir.
knocked down. So,
Well, after Mr. Each.
what area do we have that's,
Mr. Cook?
what area is available over there to develop? There's nothing that I see.
Thank you, Ms. Love.
I usually walk that area every day. I don't see anything over there. That's,
So, if I may, through the chair.
I recognize
to-
you, Mr. Cook.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Each, you're correct. On Biscayne Boulevard, we're developed out. We don't have really open parcels on Biscayne Boulevard. I think what we are seeing is really what's happening right off of Biscayne Boulevard and that robust development, and we would love to see that happen on 7th, 6th, and Dixie Highway. And that's important to the city to speak, as it was eloquently stated, bring a balance to the city in full development. And I'm in total agreement with that. But to your point, the lots are full on Biscayne Boulevard. They are occupied. I can't any, except for Wavy 1, and that's a part of Solomia right there on the corner of Biscayne and 151st Street right there. There is a lot that's part of the Solomia development. That is, it has a little small building on it they used to use as their office building.
But I believe that's commercial,
Yeah.
zone commercial.
That's zone commercial, which is under Solomia, so it's also allowed for mixed use and things like that.
But it's
what is
already
that-
part of their conditional use
Right,
permit.
right. So
What
that
is
would- that would be
that
the
area to
point
the
if they
south
were
of San
developing and
Souci
doing it.
Boulevard on the east quadrant? What is that zoned as, where those cars are parking now? Where it used to be the bank, it used to be the Ranch House Restaurant and a X-rated bookstore at one time 50 years ago. What is that zoned as?
That's
Commercial, or is that,
That is commercial. All that on is commercial.
so
Thinking-
then what we're doing is we're just saying, we're taking something away that it's a mood issue, really.
Well,
Unless you're changing the zoning there. I mean,
Derek, here's the map.
Yeah, I got it up my.
The areas, below San Souci, sir? You've got that little parcel, you have a little area of C1 right adjacent to Biscayne Boulevard.
it's right
Yeah,
right
it's
on
a
the
parking
quadrant
lot now?
of the southeast quadrant of San Souci Boulevard and Biscayne Boulevard. It's completely
Is you talking about?
vacant. And
Is
right
that
now,
between Northeast
No, it's a
114th
parking
Street and
lot.
Northeast
Yeah, it's
112?
a parking lot.
yeah,
No.
they're using that as a parking lot.
Right.
And, you know, I
but for the
don't know
health-
how long they want to
health
keep it as a parking lot. Maybe you want to develop something nice over there, you know, affordable housing and
Used to be a bank.
mixed-use housing or condo or something, you know, I mean, I just think we're shooting ourselves in the foot by doing that.
Just a point to everybody here.
Hmm?
We have declared that 10 o'clock was going to be our cutoff.
We still have other items.
So,
need to
and we
consider.
still have other items to deal with. So I would like to try to see how much we can get done here and get these items moved along.
Right, so the question that you have a motion that Dr. Blenor would like for you all to consider.
All right.
You have a motion, not a motion, but you didn't make a motion, a recommendation.
You're making a
for us-
recommendation.
So
for
you
all
have to have
consider.
some means, okay, I'm sorry. You have to have a procedure whereby you determine what the consensus is of the board.
Correct.
Before you go to a final vote on an element. And the
Right.
way to do that is through motions.
Right.
So you have a motion, a second, and you decide whether there's consensus on a particular recommendation or not.
Right.
You don't do this just by having staff take notes.
Right.
On different ideas.
Right.
I'd like to make another point on this motion before you take a vote. There is something in Florida called the Harris Act, which, where there's an adoption of a resolution or ordinance that negatively affects the value of property, the property owner can sue the local government for compensation. So we really need to protect the city if you're going to go forward with something like this. And so I, at a minimum, recommend that you add language that says something like, to the extent a Harris Act claim is not created, which would result in the affected property being inordinately burdened or an existing use of real property or a vested right to a specific use of real property. So-
Thank you.
But I would tell you, my understanding is staff would recommend against the motion.
All right, Ms. Mulmer, do you wish to go ahead and go forward with that motion, with that additional language?
Yes,
covered
thank
there?
you.
All right, do I have a second on that motion?
This is to remove the PCD from Biscayne Boulevard only.
And with the added language that Mr. Hill just stated.
Okay.
All right,
And Gary held language. Got it.
again, there's a motion, I'm calling for a second. Is there a second on the motion? There is no second on the motion, the motion dies.
And
All
we
right.
had Dr.
No.
Medina.
Yeah, let's address Mr. Medina. Do you have a motion that you wish to put forth with the recommendation? None.
No, the staff doesn't recommend it, they know what to do.
All right, so there's no motion. That was the only motion we had on that plan. At this point, we are being asked if we could take a break from members of our committee, if we can go ahead, take a short 5-minute break, please.
Breaks.
5-minute break. We are adjourning for 5 minutes.
See, the thing is, I agree. The east side's getting better. All everybody wants to talk about is bigger units, higher towers, which just gentrifies the whole area.
Oh, nice.
Okay, nobody's talking.
Let me just get out of this.
North of Seventh Avenue, that whole area.
Good for you.
Especially that area, they need to get incentives to bring people to take a look at that. And I don't think a parking garage is gonna, is not one, there has to be something financial, I think.
Listen, keep doing the same thing, and get the same results. 7 years from now, where they're at.
should have done these poor people first. I've said these poor people for these different projects. We should have-
Well,
It's not gonna happen.
Well, they're gonna probably have to come back anyway.
I mean, it's 9:07. We'll be lucky if we vote on this.
We need to get all these.
Yeah, we need to take a vote on this and get it, and the others will move real quickly.
So we're not gonna get to this one. That's the building behind the TD Bank.
No,
We're not making it there.
no.
Good.
Wow. I think we're set on this one. We just need to vote on it. Just move it on.
I mean, I don't think we need to give an incentive to bring developers. There is no, but you know, the result is complicated, so I cannot simplify it to a point that we can take a vote and a recommendation.
Well, I definitely think that we need to provide some incentives for, we need to make incentives for the west side to stimulate, because all the actions on the east side, you know.
Hold on one second. Isalina, dime. Dame. Dime. Hello. ¿Tú me llamaste? Ah, gracias. Mike was on. Mike was on. So these things are complicated. There's no easy solution. So that's why I didn't make a one. We should take all the incentives. We should start putting barriers to bring the development. You can do beautiful things.
Stop giving incentives to the east side. If they can't get incentives then they're gonna look some
Thank you. I'll tell them.
But you know, the thing is that you get to go in many areas of 95, the development is next to 95.
I worked with him at the county years ago.
You know, 95, there is a lot of development here, you know, and all the way to in downtown, in Miami. 95, there are buildings to the left and to the right because they're close to the highway. Not here. I don't know why. I would put a bunch of buildings. If I was going to put buildings, I'd put them there. If they get in the highway and they keep going. There's a lot of opportunities to develop there. Raising the parking lot, I guess. The problem is when they put a 4-story garage next to your house, like they did in next to Keystone Point in LA Fit. And the thing with the Lake of Emerald Drive is I have people, you know, looking at that, and they're looking into that property. No Emerald Drive, it's a lake. You know, once you change the zone, you're inviting all of them to change the zone for these people. Why can't you kind of like, you know, people with money, they can do their thing. At the end, with my problem with Sportmaster, at the end, they fired the inspector and the new supervisor. It took me 4 years, and those two were through. 4 years.
I guess. You know, it took me 3 years. I don't know what that means.
To fire the Durham inspector and his supervisor 4 years.
It's hard to get.
No, but I got them fired. But
They get embedded. Can I make a suggestion to you guys? I think the rest of the elements, do you have any major issues with the rest of the elements? You guys have any, can we vote on it?
that's fine.
Okay, let's vote, because I really want to get to these other items. I don't want these people to leave because they're here for these other items.
Any items of changes or suggestions?
All right.
What we're gonna do is, for the rest of the elements after, if there are any other changes to the future land use, otherwise, if you guys accept all the rest of the elements, let's just vote in a block.
What you
You already voted on it.
Yeah, but they brought it back up. Now, what do they do? That's
Was it?
Yes, it did.
Yeah.
Oh, wait a minute, tell that to the city attorney. It's okay. Jerry,
Yeah.
Gary.
Well, they keep calling
Got me
me the
screwed up here.
microphone.
I don't understand
They
it.
don't leave me alone.
It's off?
So we're gonna vote on the
Yep. All right, if we can all settle down. Anyone in the audience, we're about to resume. We're waiting for our other commissioners to come back.
Oh, boy.
Yes. Yes.
Didn't we do it then? Yeah, we did.
Yeah, we did.
Yeah, we did.
We did. That was.
You made the motion?
We made reconsideration.
No, but we all agreed that it was gonna be all the vote, that it was gonna be reconsidered.
It's reconsidered, so that when we do the. All right, all right. Yes, we understand, Debbie.
Okay.
All right, we're back. We're back, okay. Now to continue. Yeah. Counselor, do you need to give us a clarification that we had earlier rescinded the
Motion to reconsider.
deny.
Well, so
No.
the motion to, okay, subject is Emerald Drive.
Right.
Yes.
You had a motion to reconsider. That means the prior prohibition against including it was removed.
Right.
Now, it would be appropriate for a motion on the floor to include whatever staff recommendation is on including the upzoning or upplanning of Emerald Drive in the comprehensive plan.
All right, well,
And for
So,
that-
Mr. Chair, I'd like to put a motion to accept staff's recommendation for upplanning Emerald Drive.
Second. Right.
Correct,
To,
from
uh,
zone PU to R6.
Okay, for that particular motion, Mr. Each has a
abstain.
conflict.
yes, he's
He
abstaining.
can vote on the element, on the land use element as a
Right.
whole and the plan as a whole, but for that particular motion, he has a conflict and you should step off the dais for that
Mr.
discussion and vote.
Each of
Okay,
you will
there was a
step
motion
aside,
and
sir.
a second.
Well, let's wait, Mr. Each has now exited,
The
Podium.
dais, okay.
and we have a motion to, by Ms. Bloomer, seconded by Mr. McDermott. We'll do a roll call on this. Ms. Bloomer?
Yes.
Yes. Mr. McDermott?
Yes.
Dr. Medina? Yes. Dr. Medina, yes. Dr. Besson?
Yes.
Mr. Bob? And Chairman Ernst, yes. Okay,
Okay.
motion moves. All right.
So are there any other changes that are in the comp plan that you all want to make any other
Yes.
recommendations?
Yeah, let me address that. Well, did we cover I just want to get a verification. In the conservation element, she added language to make sure that the lake designation, I don't think we need to make a motion on that, if that's clear. Right?
In the conservation element, adopt the policy language proper. I'm so sorry. Thank you so much. That as part of the rest of the elements, that in the conservation element, that you want to recommend adoption of the conservation language added by the consultant in the protection of the water bodies,
Okay,
Okay.
right?
all right,
Okay.
yes.
All right.
So if you could,
I can vote on that also?
You-
We have a lot of water bodies.
It's not specific to your property on
Okay,
the water
okay.
bodies.
All right,
It would cover all water bodies
All
and
water bodies,
wetlands.
right,
and
I will
wetlands and
entertain a motion to accept the
moved.
language, moved by,
So moved.
moved by Mr. McDermott, seconded by,
Second.
by Mr. Reach. We'll do a roll call again. Ms. Blumer?
Yes.
Ms. Blumer, yes. Mr. McDermott?
Yes.
Dr. Medina?
Yes.
Dr. Medina, yes. Mr. Reach?
Yes.
Mr. Reach, yes. Mr. Bob?
Yes.
Mr. Bob, yes. And Dr. Besson?
Yes.
Yes. And Chairman Ernst, yes.
Okay, so that will be adding the policy language
Right.
offered by the consultant in the conservation element for the further protection of the water bodies.
Right.
Okay.
Okay. And there's no other additions?
Can I,
Any
If
other-
not,
yeah.
can I move to,
Mr. Floor recognizes, Chair recognizes Mr. McDermott. It's getting very late.
yeah,
Go ahead, sir.
can we,
Before you make that motion, sir, I just wanted the language that was proposed by the consultant for affordable and workforce housing. That is not technically in at this point. You would need a motion to add that.
okay, I move
It is
that,
in? Oh, now she says it isn't. What?
No, the
No.
modification. It is, but it's the
Right.
change of the numbers. That was it.
so,
Just the change of the numbers, increasing it based upon the request from one of the elected officials to up those numbers.
oh,
Oh,
yes,
okay. So
from
it's
the
in at
15 to the 20
1510,
and,
Correct.
but it's not in at 2015?
That's
Is that
correct,
what
sir.
it is? Oh,
yeah,
okay.
from 15 to
So-
20 and from, it was 15 to 20 and then 10 to 15.
10 to
Ms.
15, I
Vargas?
believe?
Yeah,
Would you confirm that, please?
I'm sorry, confirm?
Confirm the numbers, the number change again,
The numbers
please?
will be changing from 15 to 20% of the overall floating unit pool reserved for workforce and affordable housing units, and from 10 to 15% minimum provision of workforce or affordable housing units in new projects that wish to get the 15 additional units per acre.
Got it. Okay. So you good with that? That was just the number change.
what was the number before?
It
And
went
it was
from 15 to 20.
15% of the pool is going up to 20. That's the proposal.
Mm-hmm.
And 10% of the units in a project as a minimum to get the incentive. And that's going to
That's going up.
15%.
Oh, it's going, you're increasing it
Yeah.
by
Yes.
5%.
Yes.
The
Yes.
requirement is.
Thank you.
Yes, yes.
Got it.
And that
Right.
for, that closely aligns with the Affordable Housing Committee recommendations.
All right, I made the motion.
Okay,
All right, we have a motion to approve the increase in the numbers for affordable housing, workforce housing. Is there a second on the motion?
Second,
Second by Ms. Blumer. Roll call. Ms. Blumer?
yes.
Ms. Blumer, yes. Mr. McDermott?
Yes.
Mr. Bob? Yes. Dr. Besson? Dr. Besson, yes. Dr. Medina?
Yes.
Dr. Medina, yes. Mr. Reach?
Yes.
Mr. Reach, yes. And Mr. Ernst, Chair Ernst, yes. Okay, so that's unanimous. Now the floor recognizes Mr. McDermott. Mr. McDermott.
Mr.
Now,
McDermott.
is this where we do the lump?
Yes,
Okay.
unless you have other changes within other elements.
I have none.
Okay.
We addressed the conservative.
Okay, so
Right.
the motion is to approve that section of the comprehensive plan.
The amendment with,
Let's just get it done.
Well, I'm talking into,
you made a motion to adopt the proposed comprehensive plan update with those previously agreed to modifications.
right,
Right, all the
There was-
elements.
right.
All the elements.
all the elements.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, there's a motion to accept all the elements with the updated changes. Do I have a second on that motion?
Second.
Second by Ms. Blemur. We'll do a roll call. Ms. Blemur.
Yes.
Ms. Blemur, yes. Mr. McDermott.
Yes.
Mr. Bob. Mr. Bob, yes. Dr. Besson?
Yes.
Dr. Besson, yes. Dr. Medina?
Yes.
Dr. Medina, yes. Mr. Each?
Yes.
Yes. And Chairman Ernst, yes.
Fantastic. Thank you so very
So-
much. That's the end of that item, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, we are on to.
We are on to PC.
Now, Mr. Chair?
Yes.
If you, because we have a room full of folks, can we swap around the two items?
Certainly. I think we can hopefully get it done.
Because the
before-
tentative plat is quick, should be pretty quick for you.
All right.
This one, you have people in the audience that would like to speak.
Well, okay, so
Would that
we're
be
looking
okay,
at
sir?
35 minutes left. So we're going to do PC 70 first, is that correct? We're going to
Yes,
skip.
sir.
Okay, so we're going to skip over PC 769. We're going to go to PC 1770. At this point, Mr. Held, this is a quasi judicial item. And you need to,
I'd like to try and summarize this to the extent that I can. So all of my previously stated rules for quasi-judicial items apply to these two items.
Okay.
So the particular paragraph for the public is when the public hearing is open, the public can make comments on the application limited to 2 minutes each. Citizen testimony must be fact-based, not opinion. Commissioner Board may ask questions, and the applicant's attorney, if any, may ask questions, cross-examination. Members of the public can decline to be cross-examined. The commission must be based on competent and substantial evidence, meaning based on the record, staff presentations, expert presentations, and fact-based comments by citizens, according to the standards for approval set forth in the City Code.
thank you, Mr. Held. And before I read into the item into the record, I'm going to ask if any commission members do a disclosure of whether or not they've discussed this item with anyone in the community or any special interest that has any interest in this item. Hearing none, we can go ahead and move forward. No commission members has done any disclosure with regards to conversations about this item. All right, let me go ahead and read it in. This is PC 17-70, resolution of the mayor and the city council of the city of North Miami, Florida, approving an application for a conditional use permit and substantially the attached form for proposed development consisting of 24 two-story townhomes on 2 parcels of real property generally located south of Citadel Plaza, located at 13400 Northeast 3rd Court, west of 13330 and 13350 Northeast 3rd Court, south of 13310 Northeast 3rd Court, north of 13270 Northeast 3rd Court, specifically identified with Miami-Dade folio numbers 06-2230-000-0121 and 06-2230-000-0122, and totaling approximately 1.52 acres. In accordance with Article 3, Division 4, Sections 3-402 through 3-407, Article 4, Division 2, Sections 4-202, Sections 4-203, parentheses A, Section 4-204, and Section 4-205 of the City of North Miami Code of Ordinances, Chapter 29, entitled Land Development Regulations, providing for an effective date and for all other purposes. May we have staff report, please?
Yes, sir. For the record, Debbie Love, City Planner, Community Planning and Development. The application before you is for a conditional use permit for a project known as Del Mas Homes. Okay, hang on a second. Why is this thing moving? There we go. As you can see, the location, it is adjacent to the storage facility site and behind Citadel Plaza. The parcels total 1.57 acres, and it's zoned currently residential low, medium density. My apologies. Took a swig and went down the wrong pipe. It only allows residential uses on the property now, and the maximum height there that can be developed is 35 feet, which is the same as the single-family neighborhoods around it. The project would allow 18 units as of right. However, the applicant is coming before you for a conditional use permit to grant them 6 additional floating units to develop a 24-unit townhome project. Let me get to that. I'm going backwards, of course. There we go. So the proposal, as I said, it's 2-story townhomes, 24 units. They planned for it to be fee simple home ownership, and they'll have 54 surface parking spaces. The project will be required to do enhanced stormwater management for their project, not just to retain, do the minimum standards that's required by Miami-Dade County, because Miami-Dade County controls our requirements for stormwater. We have to meet their same standards, but we require 10% increase over and above that. They will also have to do some other sustainable, low-impact development that will further enhance stormwater retention on the property. Everything from Florida native vegetation, and I understand that the applicant's here and they're going to talk to you a little bit more, but like putting some berming in as well to address, to make sure that they're retaining their stormwater on site. I do understand that there was a meeting with Public Works and the building official and the applicant to discuss some potential strategies for further refining and helping with the stormwater runoff that doesn't come directly from their property, but maybe from other areas. They'll talk a little bit about that with you and answer any questions you might have. The project has an economic impact. It's going to create about 74 construction jobs. It's a small project, about a 2-year build time. So the $4.2 million in what would be spent by the folks who are doing the construction during that construction period. It's $54,000 approximately annually in ad valorem taxes the city would collect, and they have approximately $103,000 one-time development fees, permit fees, impact fees that are anticipated based upon their economic study that was provided. The conditions that we have currently established they need to finish up the platting of the properties. They came in, remember they came in with a tentative plat? That it was approved by City Council, so they'll have to continue the platting process, get to final platting. It goes to Miami-Dade County, and on the tentative plat, they have to deal with any requirements that the county may have on that tentative plat. But right now, what is before you is the actual conditional use permit. So one of the conditions is they need to finish the platting process. It will have to be LEED or an equivalent certification. The sustainable commitments they will have to, that will travel with the property. So whatever those sustainable commitments that they are agreeing to, including the low impact development and other type of sustainable projects, like I said, the LEED certification, 100% Florida native vegetation, and the enhanced stormwater and low impact development activities. And so this will go to City Council. We haven't set a date for sure yet. And as soon as that happens, they will have to go to take this conditional use permit to City Council. As you know, they have to then have DRC review, and it will come back to City Council for final site plan approval as the final step before they can go and pull building permits. And with that, that is the end of staff's presentation. I do know the applicant has a PowerPoint and a brief presentation they would like to make. And with that, Mr. Proctor and Mr. Tremblay is here on behalf of the applicant. Let us get your PowerPoint up, Mr. Proctor.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir. I did have them. They just didn't print out right. Thank you, sir. Just gave me the.
Good evening, Mr. Proctor. State your name and address, please, for the record.
Yes, good evening, Jerry Proctor, attorney, 7600 Red Road. Good evening and Happy New Year to you. I'm joined by Paul Tremblay. We are here for this conditional use permit application. As Ms. Love summarized very nicely, this is a proposal for a total of 24 units on property that is zoned R4. This is one of the more modest conditional uses in terms of number of units that has come before the city in some time. In my experience and my review of your agendas and your discussion, in fact, that you had earlier. This is an application for property, as I said, that is zoned R4. It is designated in the comprehensive plan for up to 25 units per acre, which would permit up to 39 units on the property. We're seeking a total of 24. We're seeking a building height of 26 feet, 2 stories. So this is not a situation where we have a project that is going to impose a shadow or provide any other kind of deleterious impacts in that regard to the surrounding area. This is a 2-story development, and we'll show you a little bit more about it in a couple of minutes. We're not seeking a high-rise development. There's some concern apparently from some members of the community, many of whom we've met with, that we are seeking or will be seeking a high-rise, more dense development. That's not in our plans at this point at all. What we're trying to do here is provide a transition. This property has commercial development to its north and west. It's in a pocket area that has those characteristics, and it has single family to our east. And it provides a transition between commercial and single family by providing townhouses. This is an ownership development. It's something that the city, in our discussions with them, is something that they want to see, and that is a home ownership development in this particular area, not a rental community.
Is your PowerPoint up and ready for you, Mr. Proctor? Did you need that up ready for you, sir? There it is. It's up on the screen in case you need it.
Yeah, if we can go, well, first of all, I'll just point out what you have in front of you, which is what Ms. Love showed earlier. This is the entrance and exit to the development off of 3rd Court. The development, as you see in the background, is the 2-story townhouse units. The front driveway area is about 150 feet. There will be no units in that area. There will be things such as bike parking in that area. There may be guest parking for people visiting the development. There will not be units or any kind of significant structures. And that's going to become important as we go along and talk a little bit more about the drainage issue. We can go to the second slide.
You operate it.
Oh,
Just
okay.
hit your enter button.
Paul, can you? Yeah. Okay. Just a bird's eye view of the townhouses. These are the renderings. There's one single aisle running through the middle of the development in a north-south direction with the units on either side. And you see the the array, and we'll go to the next rendering, show just a little bit of a different perspective. Again, this is a 26-foot tall development. It's a development that is seeking 6 extra units from 18 to 24. And if you can go to the next. Not sure how well you can see this, but I want to show it to you. This, I hope, illustrates the fact that we do not have any structures or units in the access drive coming off of Third Court, and that's the area closest to the single-family neighbors. The units are in the rear, which is the pocket of area that has the commercial on 2 sides. And I want to talk for a minute about this plan because I listened with some interest to your discussions earlier, and I want the board to understand that the increase that we're seeking from 18 to 24 units fits very compatibly on this parcel of land. It's 1.5 acres. The density is only about 15 units per acre. And as you see, we have the 2 rows of townhouse units with space in between. It's not a single building on each side. There's a landscape break in between buildings. And the units fit very compatibly in that area. And again, it's adjacent to commercial. So I think if trying to understand some of the discussion earlier, the idea of compatibility with the area, I think we've got a situation here where we have a total of 24 units that fit very compatibly, and the area where they're located is adjacent primarily, not totally, to commercial. Ms. Love indicated the economic impact. Certainly the economic impact is enhanced with the development of 24 units. I'd like to adopt staff's recommendation. I'm going to try to cut my remarks a little shorter because I know the hour is late, but there are some things I want to go over. I want to adopt their recommendation, and I want to go through some of the standards, at least at a high level, the standards in the code. The code talks about not only compliance with the comprehensive plan, but compliance with the district standards, relationship to the streets and highways around it, and a number of additional standards and requirements. In terms of the comprehensive plan and the zoning standards, this fits easily within the R4. It's really under a lot of the requirements. It's parked in terms of having parking at a level in excess of what the code requires for the R4 and for townhouses. And as Ms. Love indicated, this will come forward through the DRC process and get fine-tuned. And I want to say up front before I forget it, we're absolutely committed to the enhancements that Ms. Love mentioned. The lead enhancements, the drainage enhancements, stormwater retention, and so forth. And I'll get to that a little bit more in a minute. The other standards in the code for conditional use, they really center around a few factors that relate to design and compatibility with the community. The scale and massing of the development, whether the parcel has an adequate size to accommodate the development and the number of units, whether the design enhances the community character, and whether the, basically whether the design is compatible. And we believe that having these units in this area back 150 plus feet from Third Court will satisfy those requirements. And your staff has indicated an acceptance in terms of the traffic level that will be created as a result of the development. That's in the report. The standards also make note that there should be no open code violations or unpaid code enforcement fines. The staff on page 7 of their report has confirmed that there are no such violations or fines. And I would say to the community and to the board, if at any point in the process that violations are determined or assessed, which we don't believe there are any, but if it comes to pass that there are any issues, we will correct those. In fact, we will have to correct them before we come to the City Council on this matter. And again, I'm not suggesting we have any. The report states very clearly otherwise. As Ms. Love mentioned, the tentative plat has been approved by council, and we're proceeding forward on that, which will further ensure compatibility with all of your infrastructure requirements and all of the county subdivision requirements. I do want to talk about the issue of drainage, and I want to talk about it in several respects because we had some discussion on that topic when we were here last summer. And I want to tell the board that we have reached out to the city and we have offered to do what we can to correct any issues that come up that relate to us. And we've offered to help analyze and be of assistance to address issues in the community. And I would say to you that Northeast 3rd Court, there's a dip, for lack of a better term. Northeast 3rd Court is about 4 feet lower than the elevation in the surrounding area. And there have been problems on 3rd Court. And we are committed to be a partner with the city to address those issues. And what do I mean by that? Since we were here last summer, the city has studied that issue extensively. The city has hired a consultant, and as Ms. Love indicated, the city has met with us on more than one occasion to discuss the issues and try to come up with solutions. Mr. Tremblay is here and can help answer any questions that you might have, but I would say this, just kind of high level. There are several problems with the drainage in this area that has been determined by study that's occurred since we were here this past summer. There is drainage that relates to the C8 canal located west of Memorial Highway in this area. There is a drainage issue related to water coming from that area where the water backs up through some of the catch basins along and near 135th Street, including a catch basin that is on 3rd Court in a close proximity to our property and close proximity to the neighbors. What the city is doing is they have ordered certain equipment and parts to, they call it a check valve, to try to prevent overflow from that catch basin that's on 3rd Court. And a big part of the study, which will be done by a consultant, is to analyze that water flow and that problem when you have seasonal rain coming from the C8 canal, coming down 135th and then down into the 3rd Court area where you have this in elevation. The staff on pages 4 and 5 of the recommendation has recommended that we not only provide the necessary stormwater to comply with the code, but that we have a retention level of 10% over the minimum that is required. And we have agreed to that condition. That's essentially a voluntary condition on our part, but it's something we have agreed to it. What have we done? We have installed in the last few days a berm across our area about 50 feet from Third Court on our property to reverse or stop any water flow that might be occurring today from our property and from Third Court into the residential community, the homes that are along Third Court. This is not something that we were required to do. It's not something that will necessarily be a fix for all of the issues, because as I've tried to explain, the issues are complex and multifaceted, and they involve the canal, the city rights-of-way, and we are already coming forward with proposals that we will carry forward to assist in that effort, including the additional retention, which is on pages 4 and 5 of your staff report. Mr. Chairman, I appreciate your attention. We would like to reserve some time for rebuttal. We are here to work with the city. We know that if we don't resolve certain issues with the city that relate to drainage and similar issues, that we're not going to have a good project. And we are a stakeholder, as the neighbors are, in this development and in this area. And we would like for this area and this development to succeed. And we are making those commitments, some of which are in your staff report at this time. I would reserve any necessary time for rebuttal and be happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Mr. Hill, do you have the floor?
Mr. Chair, because this is quasi-judicial, we needed to swear people in. So if you can just quickly do
My
that.
apologies.
And Mr. Proctor, for what he just said.
Certainly. Mr. Proctor, I apologize. On behalf, and this will go for anyone in the audience that wishes to speak on this item, you must be sworn in. So at this time, and Madam Secretary, please make note of who's being sworn in. There are quite a few people. So at that point, do you swear or affirm that the testimony and evidence that you are about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Okay. Thank you very much. My apologies. Before we open the public hearing, I have a couple of questions to staff and to bring up some points. Over the years, this property's been pretty controversial with developments. I know at one time Awasa wanted to move in there, et cetera, and now they've put a storage facility there, which is quite an eyesore. So you can imagine that I am not a big fan of this area being developed. I voted against it each time. So you have to understand where I'm coming from. I understand that I also have to follow what, if any developer has guidelines that they are following, I know that I have to recognize that and the legalities involved in that. However, saying that, I have concerns that this project is pushing forward without even beginning to address the problem of the drainage along that Third Court. They're saying, well, we are doing studies and everything, and I think my opinion is that the city would be very premature to let them proceed until we are get definite answers that this is going to be fixed along Third Court, and that areas on that property will mitigate any kind of flooding. There was a pumping area that somehow all of a sudden disappeared off of that land, and I don't know what when this came up years ago. Durham said, you can't touch that. You can't touch that area because of the water flow coming from the canal, and there are all kinds of things that they brought up that would have prevented development. But all of a sudden now we have development on there. They basically built that warehouse or the storage facility, if I'm not mistaken, right over that area that was considered a retaining area for water, for flooding coming off of that canal. So I'm at a loss as to how all of this took place. Obviously, the city allowed that big unit to be built. They allowed a business center that includes now a car facility, a repair facility, the laundromat, everything that people fought against with WASA, because WASA wanted to move in there. WASA. All that WASA was going to do is put a gas station in there and a food store, a Wawa, I'm sorry. That got voted down. But years later now, we're looking at something, as far as I'm concerned, is a lot more complex than what was originally turned down to go in that. So it's hard, because I live near that neighborhood. I live on the other side of the canal, but I still pass by there, and I know what happened years ago when this came before our planning commission. So I'm not convinced that they're ready to get this underway. If the attorney's saying, well, we are working on a report, and he hasn't signified, given us any ideas as to what they're going to do to mitigate the flooding in that area. I think there's some issues about fire exiting off of that one property. If there's only one exit coming out of that property, I haven't seen any indication that there will be any another
Access going out into the public storage lot.
into the storage lot.
Emergency access.
But now, where does that storage lot exit go to? Does that storage lot go out to 135th Street or
Yes,
goes
sir.
out to Northeast 2nd Avenue?
135th.
135th.
Yes, sir.
So and you're aware that they cannot make a left turn out of there. They would only be able to make a right turn coming out of that area. So, there's things that kind of raise a little bit of red flag on this. If staff would understand my concerns, that I think they need to address a little bit more to win me over on it. So, I mean, that being said, if there's anything I've left out the staff could correct me on, I'd be glad to listen to you. Otherwise, I'll go ahead and open this up to the public hearing.
The only comment I would tell you is that the public right-of-way issue with the drainage is not the responsibility of the developer, the city's responsibility. But the developer is joining hands in hands and helping to provide data and information to how to fix that issue on the flooding on Third Court. I'm a bit puzzled how a public utility such as the Water Management District, who handles the canal, can mandate to somebody on their private property that you handle the runoff from the canal on your private property, and then you just hold it in just for drainage. It would have gone to Durham, the permit would have gone to Durham.
Right.
So part of this whole process in getting building permits when they get down to that stage is they have to deal with Durham on any development in the city. So they got permitted by Durham, and they dealt with the stormwater on site for that storage facility. The fact that some of the runoff is not being generated from their property development, some of it currently could be, because of the fact that there's no vegetation now to capture some of that
Right.
stormwater, but it has to be fixed as part of their development proposal. When it gets to DRC, we'll have more engineering. They'll show how it's going to be fixed, how they're going to retain their stormwater. They're already working with the Public Works Department on what's going to happen on Third Court as far as the drainage. And then again, they have to deal with their own on-site drainage. Whether you all agree to move it forward or not is up to you. You asked me to make a couple of clarifying remarks. I've done so. The primary place for making sure that all the drainage is done is at DRC, because that's where the civil engineering plans are reviewed and approved.
Yeah. But in the meantime now, development started on this, basically.
No, the only thing they did was they cleared trees. There's no development started.
That's a phase of development as far as I'm concerned.
Not to address stormwater. Stormwater comes when they actually start dealing with the impact of building placement, roadway placement, pervious materials. They don't have that right now, so they have to show proof of in the civil engineering plans how that they are properly dealing with their own stormwater. They're coordinating with the city Public Works Department to deal with the roadway runoff, because frankly, there's a bowl there. There's a whole bowl
Yes,
there that.
I'm very familiar
And
with
what's
that.
happening is that area, the floodplain is up here. And now the building code says you have to build at 1 foot above base flood elevation. So now you have to raise the land to get to that elevation that's required by FEMA. So now the properties around you may not be at that same elevation. So the challenge for them is going to be, not only do you have to do that minimum requirement to retain the stormwater on site, you have to go over and above that to make sure you're keeping your own drainage. Now they're going to also be dealing with Public Works on the canal runoff, and how to maybe assist in their engineering on site. I don't know what they're going to come up with, because that is a little bit further down the road.
Sure,
We don't
but
have
no,
that information at this time to share
Yeah.
with you to make you decide one way or the other.
Yeah,
on
the
that regard.
problem being is that the CUP, we give them a lot of leeway. It's kind of like, to me, it's putting the cart before the horse. And
Well, you
and-
can't develop the drainage to the level you need it to be until you get to that stage. This is conceptual. So now they know conceptually you would be approving this 2-story, 24-unit townhome development at this approximate location with enhanced stormwater, heavy, 100% Florida native vegetation, this particular layout. That's the conceptual design.
Right.
Now for the drainage requirements that actually are going to be engineered, that's typically, we require that when they get to DRC, because we require detailed drainage plans and calculations. But they already told you what they're going to do. They're working with the city to help
Well,
address
they-
issues that are unrelated to their
To that point, really didn't say what they were going to do. They said that they were working on.
The city's responsibility, Commissioner, is to deal with the runoff on the roadway. The city's already started to address that piece of it. And then whatever the study, and I'll let the consultants, the applicants, agents speak a little bit more on it, because I can't answer all of that they think they
Correct.
may come up with and to fix.
Okay.
But all I can speak to is that what they will be required to do for their site, and then whatever it is that they're going to end up working with Public Works on is going to be the result of whatever they're undertaking. If you want to ask that question and get a little bit more clarification from the applicant, I suggest that might be the better person to ask the question to at this point.
Well, I think he's probably going to want to address some of the things in the rebuttal period after we open the public hearing.
To you, sir.
And I want to go ahead and do that. These folks
Got
have
it.
been waiting a long time.
Yes,
I'm going to go
please.
ahead and open the public hearing. Public hearing is now open. Anyone wishing to address this item, please step forward. Again, you've all sworn in. Remember, if you did not swear in, you cannot speak on the item. Good evening, ma'am.
Everybody has 2 minutes.
2 minutes. Everyone will get 2 minutes to speak. Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening, Esther Blinn, 1990 Northeast 118th Road. Prior to my accident on Christmas Day, before I broke my knee, I had the privilege to walk around that particular area and look at the houses and look at the street. I agree completely, Mr. Chairperson, with your assessment of the situation. It is horrible. I saw the water line where, when it rains, there's an accumulation of 16 inches of water. There's mold. There's problems. Everyone is pointing fingers about pumping stations, and now you advise that one of them is disappeared. So you're correct. Before you put before you allow a conditional use permit to go forward, you need to fix the land. The street, half of that street is impassable to other parts of the same Northeast Third Court because of the amount of water that accumulates. It is atrocious, actually atrocious. And there were violations, but the gentleman is correct that there was no follow-through by the city. We, North Miami, annexed this from the county, and there was no flooding on Northeast Third Court when they belonged to the county. Some of the residents have asked to be unannexed because they live in an impossible situation. They cannot use their driveways. I mean, you're talking about 16 inches of water. It's horrendous.
Right. Esther, thank you.
I'm so sorry.
That's 2 minutes. Thank you, Ms. Blinn.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to address this issue, please step forward.
Good evening and Happy New Year. Can you hear me?
Go ahead.
My name is Lorraine Landgrebe. I'm at 385 Northeast 131st Street. I'm on the corner of 131st and Northeast 3rd Court. Thank you for listening to us. I just reiterate, our situation has been a disaster. This project is taking a very, very large square and putting it into a very, very tiny round hole. The density issue is one that is adding 24 units to a single lane, tiny residential neighborhood. The ingress and egress onto Northeast Third Court will be impossible. The flooding issue has been caused by this development. They cleared the lands without permits and raised the land so that floodwaters are now pouring into neighbors' backyards, ruining their foundations, and flooding out Northeast Third Court. This is a developer that asked for forgiveness and not permission. We've dealt with them with the storage unit, which is an abomination, and the Citadel Plaza at the corner. We implore you to turn this project down, and we will, as a unit, as a neighborhood, we are fighting this to the end. Thank you.
Hello. My name is Jose. You need the address?
Yes, please.
13325 Northeast Third Court.
First and last name, sir. I'm sorry.
Jose Rivera.
Thank you.
13325 Northeast Third Court.
Thank you.
Okay, greed. They developed that storage. They didn't have to do that. They could have had their own, developed the housing that they want to do, and then had their own exit. My house is the one that they talk 150 feet, but that's my house. When they come out, it's directly to my house. But they built the storage, and now they want to put all those housing in there, and they want to exit down Third Court. It's a narrow street. They know it. And they don't talk about the fact that they said it was 4 feet. They got a problem with 4 feet, that the street is 4 feet high, that it comes down on Third Court. But when they developed that, the laundromat and all that stuff there, they raised that property 4 feet. So the water comes pouring down Third Court. They created that. Now, they've been getting their ways with everything. They didn't have to build the storage. They could have built the housing and they could have had their own exit. Now they want to build housing and they want to come through our street, which is unfair. So you talked about an emergency exit and they said, oh yeah, they could take 135th. Well, you know what? Take Third Court, you make that the fire exit. They can't pass through and they use 135th Street, and that's the way they come in and they come out that way. Because it's unfair what they do, and they just keep building. They talk about, oh, we're gonna take care of the drainage. How many years is this gonna take to fix that? We can't afford it. It's too much water. And the little berm he didn't put it during hurricane season. That's when we needed it to see if it would stop the flood. Now we got good weather coming up. This development, you can't agree on these people to develop. They shouldn't even be allowed to put one house in that place. It's not fair.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Good evening. My name is Michelle Haynes. I live at 13331 Northeast Third Court. And the issue I have with this development, 25 units, and maybe you have 50 parking spaces for the residents, and he has what, I think I saw 4 spaces for guests. So you're gonna limit them to 2 cars only? That's not gonna work. The people are gonna find a place to park. They're gonna park in the guests. They're gonna come out and park in my street on the swell. We don't have sidewalks. We don't have drains. Just look at the problem that we deal with. I hate when it rains. I don't know what to do. I'm standing outside making sure it doesn't come into my property. They're not helping us. We need sidewalks. We need drains. We need to build up our property so it doesn't flood. They're not looking out for us, and I really need you all to see that. It's hurting us. Thank you.
Hi, good evening. Happy New Year as well. My name is Mark Rudloff. I live on 13135 Northeast Third Court. I can only reiterate what everybody else has been saying. The flooding coming from that particular side inhibits us coming from 135th at all, inviting people, telling them to have to come another way, regardless which way they're coming from. That lot has already been developed. There's a huge 8 to 10 feet wall being built around it that's further containing the water and pushing it. The only exit that they have established, which is a single family home plot, which should be used, was originally intended for, not as an egress-ingress street. And the picture looked nice, but in reality, right next to it, where there's only trees, there's already a next house standing. And that house has this huge wall standing right next to them without being asked. So I feel that even if our street had permeable asphalt, that would help quite a bit to allow for the water to drain off. But that street is full of potholes. It's just deplorable state of the street and everything else. I appreciate Mr. Ernst. Everything that you said was absolutely right. Thank you.
Anyone else? Come forward, please. State your name and address. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Denise Vadema. I live in 13250 Northeast Third Court. I've been living there for 26 years. What's going on right now is disgusting. Because right now, my house, I have to buy things because it smells like mold from the last water. I have to put pack of the, I forgot the name of it, like in every room because the last water, it was all like, get in some of the room. And I have an asthmatic son, so I cannot live like that. And third court ward cannot, the type of, the access of the ward is not good enough for all those cars they're going to have for that 24 for the 24 units they're going to have. the road is not good for that. And also, with the sewer system, we don't have a sewer system. If you guys have to send somebody to investigate, don't let them come when it's dry. When it's going heavy, let them come so they can swim in the water with us. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Okay.
Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Eileen B. Cabot, 13350 Northeast 3rd Court. I wanted to make a request for additional time. Would it be granted?
2 minutes, I'm sorry.
Okay. All right. I have a lot of things. A lot of what this developer has said is very untrue. For one thing, there has been development, and I think I'm very disappointed that Ms. Love is going to sit here and develop and say some of the stuff she's saying, because let's start back with 2018 when they started with the Citadel in the north. The instant that they emptied that land, 3rd Court started flooding. That's when the flooding started on 3rd Court. All right, then in 2020, March of 2020, this developer, for this very 2 plats, they emptied the land, they elevated it, and there are a whole set of emails that I can send you guys as proof right now, documents, not facts, that's in which we immediately start flooding. I started sending the emails to the city. We're flooding out. They raised the land. The backyards are flooding out. So now we were flooding on the street and in the back. All right, it took me 6 months to get this city to come out and actually do a site visit on November the 3rd, 2020. All right, they did a site visit, and Rosalie wrote an email that summarized the site visit. I actually sent it to the secretary and to Ms. Love, asking for it to be forwarded to you guys. And I would appreciate if it gets forwarded, because those are all facts. All right, then I listed, there was a whole set of citations that was associated with that site visit, but this crooked city took it and put it under the storage, so he can now sit here and say there are no citations. Well, the citations were given to 250 Northeast 135th Street, which is the storage, and the excuse that was given was because they had the same ownership at the time and that the other lots did not have an address. Well, they give stuff to empty lots all the time. And that's not. Another thing is that we're increasing our density.
I'm going to have to start wrapping you up, okay?
All right, yes. They're increasing our density, all right? When we were annexed, we were duplex under the county, all right? You guys made us R4 without our permission. No, now you could do triplexes, right? So 3 times 20 is 60 units per thing. You now want it for the street. Now you want to take a single lot, one lot, that should only contribute only 3 units and dump 24 units. In there. That means you're increasing our density again.
Right.
All right, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else wishing to address this issue? If not, I'm going to go ahead and close the public hearing. The petitioner, you have some time for rebuttal, sir. Then we'll open up the discussion to the commission.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Paul Tremblay, who is our consultant on the project, would like to say a few words in response to some of the testimony.
Certainly.
And then I will conclude as quickly
Thank
as
you,
I
Mr.
can.
Tremblay. You have the floor, sir. Good evening.
Good evening,
Give
Paul
it-
Tremblay, 16133 Northwest 14th Court, Pembroke Pines, Florida,
Thank you.
33028. Thank you for having me here. In the sense of the drainage, when we met with residents, we recognized that Northeast 3rd Court has a drainage issue. I have met with the Public Works Department, the city engineer, and we've had some meetings to discuss what can be done. The city is working on a study right now. It's in the study phase. I believe that phase is going to take about 4 months. I actually think this was discussed at the last city commission. Thank you to Eileen for pointing that out to me. Was discussed at the last 2 city commissions ago. The city has allocated funds to do this study, to do the engineering plans for this improvement of the road, what can be done. There's a lot of theories here as to what's flooding the road and how it's flooding the road. I'm going to leave that to the experts, the engineers, to determine that in their study. Let them study it. Let them see if it is this land or some other land, or it's the canal or the street. That's above my pay grade. But what I do know is, thanks to our involvement and the residents who I have been having this issue for a long time and needs to be addressed, we have got the attention of the city. We have gotten the engineers to do this study, and hopefully that will come to fruition, a solution that's plausible for everybody. In regards to this property, there is a wall around the property. The wall was erected to stop any water from leaving the property. And so the only opening right now for that property to drain would be out to Third Court at the lot on Third. We had a community meeting 2 or 3 weeks ago, and it was suggested we put up a berm. So we had a berm installed. That berm is in now today. It is there. It'll be maintained there until such time that the drainage plans are approved or something else happens. I'm not presumptuous in the approval, but when this, as Debbie has mentioned, if it does get approved as a townhouse, that drainage system will be a drainage system will be put in. There isn't one today, but there'll be a drainage system installed. That drainage system requires that all the water from this property remain on this property. It's the law. And so with that, we additional drainage. We understand of the sensitivity, and we will put those drains in. That same drainage is at Citadel Plaza. There's a slot drain on the road that helps keep the water from going off the property into the road. That slot drain does work. Again, same principle would be applied here. I'm open to any questions or any other. I just want to address the that was coming off of this property, and also the drainage. The city is doing the drainage study, not the developer, but the city is pioneering the drainage study for the roadway improvements. Thank
Are
you.
you aware that there's drainage coming off of Citadel?
There is none. There's a slot drain. I actually had a meeting with the chief building official. He came out to verify that that slot drain is there. There is a drain that captures the water that comes down. It captures that water and brings it back inside the property.
So where's the water coming from currently? That was
Well,
there a couple of
When I met
weeks
with
ago when I drove by there.
I'm under oath, so all I can tell you is what I know. So when I met with their suggestion was that they believe the water is actually backing up from under 135th and coming out the catch basin and is staging the road higher. That's their theory.
Well, they're probably right, because if I recall from past experience with this property that was come before us, that property was being used basically as a watershed to hold off drainage and everything. And at one time, Durham said, do not develop that particular property. So as I stated earlier in my question to staff as to why that happened, I don't know.
No, what I'm referring to is that the water is actually coming from the north side of 135th of Third Court.
Right, that's correct.
Okay, so
And
that, all right,
and that
so we're saying the
area,
same
that
thing.
property was used, the water was draining off of there, going into that
Oh,
property.
I don't know that. I
Yes,
can't
so-
say that.
And it was told that property could never be developed because of that.
I'm not aware of
And all of a
that.
sudden, it was, whether or not, I'm not saying that was the developer, but somewhere along the line, a big screw-up happened. And unfortunately, I think before anything's going to be done, something's got to be rectified about this water issue. And so, any other points? I'm
That's
sorry, I
it.
just
Just
wanted
thank
to
you.
answer that. Okay,
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a couple of quick points on some of the points made in the discussion. There was discussion, as Mr. Tremblay and I think Ms. Bacaba mentioned, at the council in December with the Public Works Director standing where I'm standing now. And this issue, and it is an issue, was made priority one by the council. So it's not only on your list, and there is a list of proposed improvements and proposed study areas. This was number one on the list. And that was a council action in December, nothing to do with our development necessarily, but an overall, I believe the city called it their stormwater master plan. Parking. We have 38 parking spaces required, 54 provided. The berm. Yes, the berm was installed just in the past few days. The berm will still be there in rainy season. When rainy season comes, we will still be working with the city on the various elements, the civil engineering and the other elements that you've heard about. There will not be development in advance of review of these issues. And the berm will, as Mr. Tremblay indicated, will stay there unless the city, for some reason, wants us to remove it. And finally, on the stormwater issue, and I made reference to it on pages 4 and 5, this is the required condition and comment of the city in the report. All stormwater shall be retained on site utilizing properly designed seepage or infiltration drainage structures. Drainage shall be provided for the 5-year storm event with full on-site retention of the 25-year 3-day storm. Additionally, the applicant shall design the stormwater management system to retain an additional 10% over the minimum required. This is what Mr. Held talked about in his initial remarks. This is the law, and this is an applicant that is agreeing to go above and beyond the law and agreeing to a voluntary condition that will be imposed if this is approved by this commission or by the council. We ask you to follow the law. We comply with the elements of the conditional use. We have a development that is very modest in scale, and we have a commitment and we have a requirement in the law to comply with every issue that has been raised, including the stormwater issue. We're not going to be, as I said, we're not going to be in front of the council with our site plan for many months. This is going to be a long process, but we would like to get started on it, and we would like the city's help, because we are offering, I hope by not only our words, but our deeds, to be a partner with the city and to help and to do our part to assist with these issues. So with that, we ask for your support in accordance with the staff recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Held, a question to you, sir. He referenced a law.
Actually, I wasn't sure what he was referring to. What are you talking about?
The law you
The code, you meant, you didn't say code.
Well, this is, conditional use is not a ministerial question. So you have discretion to grant or deny.
Thank you.
So this is not like a plat.
Right.
Where if they meet all the requirements, they have to be approved.
Right.
You have discretion to grant or deny.
All right.
Sorry, I didn't plan to stand up. What I heard in the beginning of our matter was that the evidence has to be fact-based, it has to be substantial and competent, and that a large part, I would say to you, and perhaps I didn't articulate it earlier, a large part of that evidence and that provision and proof of evidence is your staff report and is our agreement with the staff report. And that, I think, is evidence, and it's evidence that you have to follow, I would say most respectfully. So I don't disagree completely with...
Sir, we do recommendations.
No, I know that, but...
So it's not that we're setting the law or codifying what you're saying. So to Mr. Held, sir. I don't understand why he would think that we would not be following the law should we decide that we would or we would not approve this.
What Mr. Proctor is pointing out is that since this is a quasi-judicial matter, the evidence upon which you make your decision is what's in the record presented to you.
Correct.
It's a combination of staff report, expert reports, and sworn testimony that is fact-based.
Right.
So
But it is,
opinion
it is also,
testimony
it is also our duty, if we don't feel that there's enough evidence or enough conclusion, or we disagree with it, we have a right to
Sure.
to either approve it or disapprove
Yeah,
it
if there's
because of that,
if there's
not because
uncertainty,
of,
for
of
example,
breaking a
there were-
law.
There were comments about traffic. They have a traffic report in the package that says traffic, it will be satisfactory and handled appropriately by the road network. There are unresolved issues about drainage, and you may feel uncomfortable about the drainage, and that cuts both ways. Whether you think it will be done sufficiently based upon the evidence you've received, or whether you're still uncertain about it and want to hear more, maybe in a future application.
Well,
So,
at this point, I'm seeing some shared blame here. If you'll forgive me, Debbie, because I know we work well together and for years and years and years, but somewhere along the line, the city has dropped the ball on this. And they are party to a lot of the problems that he had not forced upon him, but he was dealt a hand that he may not have had control over because of some bad decisions other than theirs. Now, I'm not forgiving some of the things that he did with like clearing the land before he probably should have, and the fines he got and everything else, which are facts that you admitted to. But if both parties are to blame, this is an incomplete, this whole thing, I don't want to resolve this by granting them permission for this project to move on. And so, I'll open the floor to the other commissioners and get their feeling on this.
And if I may, Mr. Ernst,
Yes.
the development projects that had come before my time. It also came before we changed a lot of the code requirements. The approval for the storage facility was already done. The Citadel Plaza was done under a previous code. That doesn't, and unfortunately, this, as I told you all at the tentative plat stage, staff was struggling with the ingress egress issue onto Third Court. You all said no, and City Council said yes. In this case, you can say no to the conditional use permit, as
Right.
you are
understand.
leaning toward. And then it will go to City Council for their final decision. It's like I always tell you all, you make the recommendation, we'll
Correct.
move that
Well aware of
recommendation
that.
forward to City Council.
But I think we also, he needs, at least as a longstanding member of this committee, he needs to know where I'm coming from on this issue. And
Totally
perhaps down the road there can be a resolve, but I think it's going to take a lot more work between the city and the developer to get a resolution on this, which also might involve some of those other properties too. So, that's all I've got to say about that. I'll let my other colleagues chime in. Maybe they feel differently about it. Folks, any comment?
I just have a few questions. So we had several testimonies. I know that Esther Blinn spoke, Lorraine, Hosea. With a show of hands, how many of the individuals that gave their testimony actually live there right now?
All of them.
Okay, so except for Blinn. Okay, so if you guys can please stand. Now, Miss Eileen, it is your testimony that prior to the annex, there was never any flooding. Is that correct?
Yes, not only that, the flooding started when Citadel was built and got worse when they cleared the land and elevated it.
No problem. Lorraine, it is your testimony that prior to the annex, you never had flooding.
this has to be on the record, so if you're going to speak, you have to come to a microphone.
I bought my house right after the annex, but prior to Citadel and prior to this, and there was no flooding when I purchased my property.
Okay, so so prior, it is your testimony that prior to the Citadel, there was no flooding?
Yes.
Okay. Hosea, is that your testimony as well? I'm sorry, and Marco, that is your testimony as well?
I just moved here a year and a half ago. Citadel was already in place.
And since you've been here, there's been flooding?
Absolutely, yes.
Is there anyone besides Marco that has lived there prior to?
Listen, I've lived there for over 35 years. We didn't have this problem.
Okay,
When you take concrete,
Okay, all right, sir.
and
Okay.
you
We
put
understand.
No
concrete,
problem.
Just answer the
water has
question, sir.
nowhere to
Sir,
go,
sir.
but it's coming down
Sir.
Third Court.
Sir, we heard you before. We were just
Ma'am?
asking you whether or not.
Yes, so it is
Just
your
answer the
testimony.
question.
And how long you've been living there?
20 years.
20 years. And prior to the Citadel, there was no flooding?
No.
Okay.
All right.
Staff, I believe I think Eileen stated that the flooding started in 2018, March of 2020. That's when they emptied the land and elevated. And from March of 2020 to November of 2020, they were being flooded, but the city had not addressed the issue. Is that correct?
I can't tell you what the city had done or not, because that's outside of what community planning and development would do. But they were, at least we were aware as staff of the complaints.
You were aware of the complaints?
Yes, I was told of the complaints by Public Works.
Okay, great. And to the applicant, this is not your first presentation, correct?
We were here on the tentative plat last June.
Okay, great. So when you came and brought forth your first presentation, you were aware that the residents who currently live there were complaining about the flooding?
Yes, we were aware of the issue and have been for
And I
several
believe
months.
I believe we denied that plat.
Yeah.
Because of the flooding?
We denied the plat and went to the city commission.
And they approved it?
Okay?
Okay. So, to staff, what has been the recommendation to deal with this situation?
From whom, ma'am?
From the city. I mean, if these people are like you have at least 5, 6 families that are stating that they've lived here some 10, 20 years, and prior to the Citadel, they did not have the problem. The minute it came in, the problem started. You have one person who stated that the flooding started since 2018. We're now in 2023. What has the city proposed to do?
Well, as far as I know at this point, again, this is outside of my realm, but from what I understand, the city council has now made this a priority to address that. They've started that study. I don't know of anything else that they may have undertaken. I know they've met with them, they've gone on site, they've dealt with some of the flooding concerns from the land clearing, and I think that's a better
Okay, so right
question.
now we're at a place where we are studying what took place
Trying to figure out that would actually work.
and to fix the problem. So why would we move forward with building 24 townhomes when we are at a study phase?
Well, remember, as Mr. Proctor said, building is not going to come for some time because they still have to get, remember how I said to you earlier when Mr. Ernst said this, that the next phase of all the design for the stormwater would come at the DRC level? They still have to go through that. They still have to show how they're going to fix it. It has to be approved. It's in conjunction with the city on the roadway side issues. And then it goes to city council after you all. Then it will go to DRC. At DRC, they get into the nuts and bolts of the final design for the project, including the drainage. And then it comes back to city council for site plan. So it's a little bit of a process yet to go through.
What are we talking about?
You're probably talking at least another 6 months or so. But
6 months.
Because Mr. Proctor said that the study was estimated to be completed in about 4 months. And then, but you will probably, they will not be through the review process by then.
So,
Yeah, because it still has to go to city council, be scheduled for city council, which we don't know what that date is yet. Then it has to go, then they have to get all of their construction documents and more preliminary engineering design work done. Then it goes to DRC, then it'll come back to city council, and then they could get their building permit. So there's a lot more stuff, a lot more review that needs to go on, and more detailed on the construction and the engineering design work.
okay, and then my next question is, when does the city expect to get the study?
That I can't answer for you, but I understand that it's about a 4-month process. Is that correct, Mr. Proctor?
I believe so.
Has it already been ordered?
Yes, it has.
And so we're probably about 4 months out.
From finding the results of that, yeah.
Okay, so somewhere about May,
I'm assuming so.
just to be
Just to be conservative.
conservative. Okay, with the applicant, I hope you understand what they're saying to you. And I'm not against the development. I actually would love to see home ownership in the city of North Miami. But if you have residents who have lived there for decades and who were brought into North Miami not by choice, but through an annex, and from the time that they were annexed and you brought forth your project, they have been living in hell. Why would they sit here and agree for you to move forward when we as a city have not presented any clear, distinct way on how we're going to deal with the issue? I think that as the applicant, and I understand that you are the attorney and you're representing your client, but put yourself in their shoes. Just for a moment, just put yourself in their shoes and say to yourself, you know what? We're about 4 months out of actually getting the results of a plan. Let's just sit this couple of months out while you do all of your back work that you need to do, and let's just see what is presented, and then you can say, okay, based on what is presented, this is what I'm willing to do in order to collaborate with the city and meet with them and say, listen, this is where we're at, this is what I'm willing to do, and you have my word. And then at that point, you can actually have a dialogue with them, and they're willing to listen, because now we know what the issue is and what is necessary to fix it. I think anything else is premature and inconsiderate of these homeowners.
Okay, Naomi?
Through the chair? Through the
Yes.
chair, may I respond?
Go ahead, sir.
We are very sensitive to their issues. We have seen the issues, particularly on Third Court. We initiated, to a large degree, a lot of the conversations that have occurred with staff, the city, which has control over 135th and over Third Court. And with our efforts, not alone, but with our efforts and the cities, we have made some initial analysis and have some plans to attack those issues. And I mentioned one that is actually happening now by the city in Third Court in advance of the study that has to do with a check valve in that catch basin. This is going to sound presumptuous. Without this development and this team, not me, I don't believe the city would be at that point. But we have assisted in that effort, and the city has been very responsive, and the commissioner in this district has been very insistent that this issue be addressed. And we are very sensitive, and we are considerate to the neighbors. We have met with them. We will continue to meet with them as they would permit. And we believe we are considerate, and we believe what we can do which frankly, we didn't have the facts to do in June, but we have them now. We can come forward and say, we're going to put in a berm on private property that we control. We've already done that. We're going to exceed the code with respect to stormwater retention. We're now making those commitments, and we want to move forward, but I think as Ms. Love has indicated, we need your help to move forward, and we think it's very clear that there's a problem, and we're committed to work with the city and to do things on our private property above and beyond the code, because we think that's a significant part of addressing the issue. Thank you.
Mr. McDermott, you have the floor.
Yeah, I think in trying to be sensitive to the citizens here, and certainly understand that you've had a lot of promises made to you in the past, some of which never came true or were violated. So we understand that you're not necessarily trusting in we are going to do. So I think that the way around this perhaps is to table this issue until May, and allow this report, which is being paid for by the city, so it's not like it's going to hurt them. So rather than denying the project at this point in time, and hopefully, allowing them to move forward if it works, but trying to be sensitive to the broken promises already made to them by these developers, and some of the presumptuousness of these developers, that rather than denial, I think since the study's in process, is being paid for the city, perhaps tabling this item until May might be a way. Now, then at that point, we'll really have some real information. Not we sort of think, maybe we will, we're going to do, sort of, now we got information. That kind of nebulous kind of talk. Maybe we'll then have some real hard facts.
And we could
Any
also,
other-
that could also result in some additional conditions that would go into the conditional use
exactly.
permit.
Any other comments?
Go ahead.
I know.
Dr. Medina?
I just want to move to deny it, to make the motion to deny the.
Well,
It's gonna kill the project.
I feel like we should just turn it down, but Mike makes a lot of sense. We have a study going on. I do agree also that I'd like to see the townhouses go up because it is ownership. But I think we could wait till May and then make a decision then. Then we'll have, like you say, the facts.
Yeah, we'll have,
I
facts
do
before
believe, I
us.
like the idea of the townhouses, I like the idea of the ownership. But
well, there's a
you
lot
know,
of
there's
issues.
a lot of dirty pool here,
There-
and
there-
I'm sorry.
there's-
My heart
yeah.
tells me no, but
Yeah.
I have to only use
I
common
just
sense,
don't
and I have
think
to
we
agree with
can,
Mike.
I just don't,
Yeah.
they've been through a lot of broken promises and
Oh,
a
they
lot
have.
of
It's
behavior
just-
and
yeah, I
that
agree.
kind of thing, and I just don't want to expose them again.
I agree.
Let's find out what the real facts are of what the solutions are to a very obvious problem. When we had that bad rain the other week, I went over to Third Court. I couldn't drive.
Of course.
I mean, you couldn't even, it was like a lake. So, because I was coming down 135th and
I
the traffic
agree.
was backed up, so I cut off a Third Court, and it was like a lake. I couldn't
Mm-hmm.
even pass. So, I think if we table this, I think that it'll give everybody a chance to move the development and.
All right. Now, Mr. Held, we have a.
So just a
we
comment.
just-
and-
okay. Yes,
and
sir.
I don't recall the rules, what tabling does, whether it allows, because it would be a recommendation to table or just
No, it's a
an action
motion
to
to
table.
table.
It's a motion to table.
So, an alternative, and, feel free to knock it down, is to recommend that recommend either denial or that the council table it until the study is completed, not necessarily picking an arbitrary date, and let them make the decision based upon your strong recommendation that it not go forward under these
Well,
circumstances. But
This
it
is-
gives.
It is the opinion of this committee, and I think everybody will agree with me, that we need to put a little fire at the feet of of the commission. And by tabling it, this is going to get them to not make a decision to override what needs to be addressed.
Okay,
If we deny it and it goes before them, they could approve it and nothing's going to get done. It is our belief that if we table it, then we get their attention that they need to do something about this before it gets
Comes back
Sure.
before.
comes back
So-
before us and gets approved.
One way to, improve the situation is not to pick an arbitrary date, but to table it until a month after the study is completed. And maybe they can finish it in 2 months instead of 4 months.
I'll amend my motion to that effect.
All right.
But aren't we gonna miss the rainy season?
The motion would be to table this until a month after the current studies are completed.
That would be about May.
Let's think about that one because to understand then what would be required, the study will say X, Y, Z, we need to do this. I'm not sure a month would be enough, number one. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm not sure a month would be enough time, because after the study comes out, it needs to be reviewed by city council. And then they have to approve the actions that this
And you know
study
what,
is proposing.
Debbie, I have no problem with that. As long as it gets done properly in the correct manner. If it takes longer,
Right.
I don't care, because it's been blotched too many times, and we need to get it right, and I don't care how long it takes.
I understand, sir. I'm
But
talking about as
again,
far
if
as
if they
that.
understand that, maybe they'll try to expedite it a little bit better than just glossing over it and
Gotcha.
and
In a
not
perfect-
looking at things in depth like they should have done
Yes,
with
sir.
this.
I mean,
this
what we're
property.
trying to do
I'm
is
talking about a
improve their
date.
improve their quality of life, get his project done, get some home ownership, and hopefully everybody
It's happy.
is
Right.
happy. Exactly.
I'm going back to the language of your motion.
Okay.
Is that maybe a month is not long enough to get through the council approval process after it comes
Well,
out?
then why don't we just put a date of May, and then we can adjust from there? If the study's not ready, by then we can, staff has a priority, has the,
Ability.
Determine whether or not you want to bring it to us.
Yeah, you can,
right now.
you're.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Yes,
That's a bit.
I have to,
Good. If I may?
yes, I'm sorry.
The city attorney would like to speak?
Yes.
So we would, as city staff, proffer 1 month after city's approval of the study.
Okay.
Right,
Thank
Fine.
you.
okay, that would be great.
That
Jim.
would
All
be,
right, that'll be
that
great.
would be the way to tackle the issue
All
I
right,
have of not,
I'll amend
too
my
short of a
motion to
time.
reflect that.
okay, so.
Mr. Chairman?
1 month?
Yes.
I really
I have a motion
implore-
on the floor, sir.
I implore the board and the commission to take the suggestion of Mr. Held. We have a valid application. We have a right to a result. I wish it were going to be maybe a more positive result, but I think I can read the tea leaves. We would urge you to allow us to go forward. And I think Mr. Held's suggestion, although I'm not crazy about the outcome, is a good one. That you have a strong recommendation regarding the development at this time, and that you have we'll call it a companion recommendation, that this matter be deferred or studied further until there's a final decision.
The only-
We have a right as an applicant to move forward. The study, in large part, is beyond our control, and the time frame is beyond our control. And we would like to ask the board to put aside whatever feelings they may have, positive or negative, and allow us, as a property owner in the city that has come forward with a good faith attempt, to move forward.
Well,
And I think Mr. Held's recommendation is is on point in that regard.
Well,
Chairman?
I think
Well-
that, I think, first off, if I may, Mr. Chairman?
Yes, you may.
I think that we, as a board, do have the power to table. I've been on this board long enough to see us do it in many similar situations. So I know it's a viable alternative that we can pursue. My problem is, these people have suffered for years. And everybody says, well, let us do this and we'll work it out. Well, you know something? I'm sorry, Mr. Proctor, but these people may had a lot of people say, well, just let us do this and we'll work it out along the way, or we'll take care, and it never happens.
Well,
So, and that's not necessarily your fault, obviously, you're just representing your client. You're doing a very good job of it, by the way. But I think that, trying to, address the real issues here, and I mean, listen, just listen to the agony that these people have been going through. I don't want to do a maybe. I mean, to me, now maybe the rest of the board has a different idea. I don't want to do a maybe. I want to say, okay, here's the solution to the problem, because it's obviously a problem. So, and I know we have the ability to table. We're just talking about getting some information that gives us an accurate recommendation of how we're going to solve a problem. We don't even know if a berm's going to work.
All right, let's
listen,
go
that's
ahead.
just
Mr.
I would
Chair?
like to move on.
There are two commissioners who have not spoken yet. If you can
Well, I
just
mean,
give them.
Yeah. Sure. Mr. Bob, Dr. Basin, either one of you would like to have a comment, feel free to jump in.
Thank you. I think I want to echo the sentiments expressed by my fellow commissioners in that although, respectfully, we can appreciate the applicant's concern and everything, it's a part of it, at least to me, falls short when you empathize with the residents, but yet are applying for additional units. In a way, it's kind of counterproductive in the sense that there's still issues to be resolved that are currently outstanding. I think the flooding in that area is really crazy. I've driven through it, and it is like a river. And I think the residents, at least of the area, deserve to at least have some sort of definitive analysis as to what can be done and what the possible solutions are. And I do think that at least waiting and tabling it until the study has been done and approved by the city is in everyone's best interest, because in that way there is actually a clear path to move forward and a thorough understanding as to what's happened. We can't go back in the past and worry about promises that were made and whatever disconnect there was, but we can put the right steps in place to ensure that the future is much smoother. And so I am in agreement with the fellow board members in that, tabling it at least till we get a clear picture is really the best move.
Thank you, Mr. Bob. Dr. Besson?
Who was, at what suggestion, or which person that has a background in hydrology suggested you put the berm in?
Our team has put in the berm as a means of diverting any water. I'll have Mr. Tremblay probably give you a better
Tremblay,
answer.
Can you give me a little more information as to how you decided to put the berm in, and what you picture the berm doing, since you can't test it during dry season?
Well, two things. One, there's already a wall that surrounds, it's an L-shaped property, so there's 6 walls already. So those are concrete barriers that will not allow any water to go in any direction once it's inside those walls. It is exposed on the area against Northeast Third Court, and there's a gentle slope that comes down because, again, Third Court is lower and the property is higher, so there's a gentle slope going down. As you get down near the toe of that slope, they built a berm up. It can be higher, it can be lower. Right now it's about a 2-foot berm, enough so that the trucks can still go over. That would block any water that was to come down. If it was to come down, it would block that water from continue on to Third Court. Because when I met with the residents, that's one of the theories, that they believe the water's coming down the slope, going around the wall and going around their backyards and flooding their backyards. So they suggested the berm, and we've installed this. It's an earthen berm. It's made out of dirt. That dirt is somewhat permeable, but it'd be very difficult for it to go through. But it is an earthen berm.
So there is a percolation through the berm?
I would suspect if it's a long-standing water, maybe some percolation. It would have to be, you know, it was just installed 2 days ago.
Okay. If the property is surrounded by concrete walls, how far down is the foundation below the surface for those walls?
In some areas, 4 feet, 5 feet, because they're retaining walls, they're deep.
All right, so we assume that the property runoff would be held by those walls, but we don't know whether the berm is going to work as yet. Now, Debbie, what is the study that's being done? You know, there's a study going on, but what does that mean?
I'm going to have to defer to these gentlemen because they're the discussions and that.
It really should come from the Public Works Department, but again, I've been speaking to them and talking to them because, it's, again, the applicant is also a stakeholder in the road as the residents are. The same 24 townhome will have to access the same road. So there's a vested interest in both parties here to solve Third Court. Whether it's today or tomorrow, it's the same, okay? The other thing I want to mention to you, and just while we're here, the application is to go from 18 to 24. So there still could be 18 townhomes. So that really won't change much of the drainage patterns, whether it's 18 or 24. What's before you is for the increase in density. Going back to your other question, the question is how much runoff is coming off of this one lot into Third Court? I don't believe it's a lot of runoff at this point, but the berm is there, and that will be tested over time, and if we have witnesses. We don't have any video of water pouring out of this area. It is sloped in that direction, so common sense would tell you water may be going that direction, and that's why the berm was put in. And now we'll get to find out if this will improve that situation. But again, Third Court is not, this is not the primary, the smoking gun of Third Court flooding. Unfortunately, there's other factors to that. Those engineers, the city, my understanding, hired a professional engineering firm. They have actually gone out and spoken to the residents. I've seen them out there. They walked the whole area. They've walked this property in question. They've walked the self-storage. They're doing their own analysis of what they believe is causing the flooding. They're surveying the area. They're checking the grading, and I'm sure they're going to run models. Again, this is what they do to solve these problems. And hopefully
again,
they'll come up with a solution.
that's all the points that we've been making as to why we are suggesting that we table this proposal to allow the CPU. So, because we've got to have these answers, and you right there have indicated that, you know, we have to wait to see if we get an answer on this or that. So,
I don't know, not
a
to
mute
go back
point,
and forth.
sir.
I don't know if 2418 matters on the drainage study. I don't know that really matters. That's what's before you.
Well, again-
But again, you would have another bite at the apple at the DRC level as well. That's why we're asking to move forward for that reason.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Mr. Basin, do you have any other questions, sir? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
Just out of curiosity, how long has no, I'm asking whoever can answer this. How long has the property owner held the property?
The applicant that's before you is the property owner. I think he's owned it for, I want to say 4 years now, 3 or 4 years.
So he's owned it for 4 years, and he has not built on it as yet or applied as yet for the conditional use permit?
No, this is the first time for the conditional
Okay,
use.
so what would be the harm of waiting 4 months?
The harm in waiting 4 months is the trickle effect, right? So it's 4 months for the conditional use. That means the DRC. It just delays all the entitlements that much longer.
Okay. But what if you start building the property and then find out that there's a more technical problem with the water drainage? Now what do you do? You can't go ahead and
that would be hypothecating that this is the property that has a problem. I mean, that's between, who knows?
Okay.
All right.
All right, thank you.
Are there any
Mr.
other
Chairman?
questions? There are no other questions. Mr. McDermott, you have the floor.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes,
Just, and I'm sorry to interrupt, just to clarify, the current property owner is not the proposed developer. We don't represent the current property owner. We are representing a future owner, prospective owner. That's
What does that mean, future owner? In other words, the
We
property
have
owner is
a
trying to
real
sell the
estate
property.
contract to purchase the property.
So you're not, Mr. Chair, may I?
I
So
think
what-
it's rather obvious.
So I
but
just
go
want to be
ahead.
very, very clear. The client that you represent right now, can you please state the name?
It's called Delmas Homes, or
Okay.
Abreu Development LLC.
And you're stating on record that that is not the person that is going to ultimately develop these?
No, that is the entity that will develop.
There's somebody else who owns it now.
But they don't own it.
But you don't own it. Who owns it?
It's called 135 Memorial LLC.
And you do not represent the owner, you represent the developer?
That's correct.
Okay.
And to the dialogue that just happened, and to Mr. Tremblay's comments, it's really essential. This is a years-long process, not a months-long process. And it's really essential as a stakeholder that we be allowed to move forward. And I have to say, somewhat repetitively, I really implore the board to take Mr. Held's suggestion. It's really incumbent upon the board. First of all, I'm under oath, just like everyone else.
we
It's
understand.
within your right to ask for a brief deferral. I'm sure you've done it before on other developments, and that's well within your purview. I don't believe it's within your purview to have what amounts to an almost indefinite deferral for an applicant. And that's why I really implore the board to consider Mr. Held's suggestion.
Mr. Chair,
So
Ms.
first,
Warren would like to say something.
Mr. Chair, just to clarify,
Right.
there
Now-
is already, it is not an indefinite time period. The city has already started conducting the study.
Right.
And the other point I would like to make is this board is bound to make its decisions based off of substantial competent evidence. This is an essential piece of evidence that this board has stated that it needs to make its decision. Unless Mr. Held disagrees, I don't.
No, I'm okay with your recommendation, Ms. City Attorney.
Okay.
All right.
Okay.
So
Okay, can we go ahead and,
I'm making the motion that we table this issue until May. No?
The-
1 month
The last
after
recommendation was 1 month after the city approves
The
the
study.
Okay,
the
all
study.
right. Okay. No, I'll go with staff. No, I'll definitely
All right.
go with
So
staff's
the-
recommendation.
so
1
the
month after
motion,
city
1 month
council
after the,
approval of the study.
of the
I
study.
second.
Correct. All right, and we have a second by Ms. Blamur. Roll call, Ms. Blamur,
Yes.
Mr. McDermott,
Yes.
Mr. Bob? Yes. Dr. Besson?
Yes.
Dr.
Yes.
Dr. Medina? It's getting late. Mr. Reach?
Yes.
Yes. And Chairman Ernst, yes.
Thank
So-
you.
Thank you.
It was unanimous, so thank you very much.
And
we
and
have one last item
I
that should be pretty quick.
urge you to please, not only, the developer, but the staff, not all, your staff, but the city needs to get the message that they need to get this worked out between the developer and the property owner and all parties concerned. Because obviously, this was not done in a judicious manner, and we were left with nothing to work with here to allow for approval.
What
All
about
right.
the other items on the
Now,
comp
we're going to
plan?
have to move,
The other items on the comp plan?
In other words, the other sections?
no, we
already voted on
we
that.
voted on
Oh,
What
the
you
whole
have is you
thing.
have one more, and that's a tentative
But
fact.
I am getting, I have to leave.
As long as
Yeah,
we
we
have
have to leave.
quorum.
So I made a motion to adjourn.
Wait.
Mike, why don't you take
The
the
tentative
Hold on
plan
one
should
second,
take
please.
like 5 minutes
5 minutes.
at
All right.
most.
I'll
It's
turn the
really
gavel over
simple.
to, I apologize, but I'm getting texts.
No problem.
Okay.
I've got to get
course,
back
sir.
because I've got to,
Nah, no problem.
all right.
We'll carry on without you, sir.
Thank you very much. All right. Mr. McDermott, I turn the gavel over to you. My apologies.
I hope the rain's okay.
The nurse is wanting to leave because she was only being paid till 11 o'clock, and now they're having words.
It's okay. Just stay an hour more. Don't worry.
Oh, she was out the door.
Take your time, Mr. Ernst.
All right. Okay.
Bye.
Charlie, is that your, or is that your computer?
Okay. All right, Debbie? Okay, what do we have left to do?
We have the tentative plat, the item you skipped,
Pardon?
1769, the item you skipped.
Oh, okay. I think they had staff here, didn't they?
They might have left, or are they still here? Oh, they're still here.
Yeah, I don't see their staff here.
Yeah, they're here.
Sorry?
They're here.
What?
Are they still here?
Yeah, he's here.
Okay. They're still here.
Why don't you go ahead and call the item?
Yeah.
Okay.
Go ahead, Mr. Vice Chair.
Okay. Okay, so in PC 1769, a resolution of the mayor and city council of the city of North Miami, Florida, approving a tentative plat application submitted by Propco JW LLC entitled Tentative Plat Biscayne Bay, North Miami, for 3 parcels of real property located at 1660 Northeast 127th Street, Miami-Dade folio number 062229-007-0170 and 12600 Northeast 17th Avenue, Miami-Dade folio number 062229-007-0320, and at the southeast quadrant of Northeast 17th Avenue and Northeast 127th Street, Miami-Dade folio number 062229-007-0010, and totaling approximately 3.3 acres in accordance with Article 3, Division 8, Section 3802 of the City of North Miami Code of Ordinances and Chapter 28, Section 287B of the Miami-Dade County Code of Ordinances, providing for an effective date and for all other purposes.
Swear people in for this item.
I can't.
It's quasi judicial item.
Yeah, this is a quasi-judicial item, and I guess we need everyone to rise, and who's going to be testifying. Do you promise to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Do.
Seated? Okay. Mr. Held, do we have, this is quasi-judicial, correct?
Yes, sir.
So do anyone have any correspondence or communications from the developer? No?
Or anyone.
None?
None.
None? Okay, so can we have staff report, please?
Yes, sir. Again, for the record, Debbie Love, City Planner, Community Planning and Development. The application before you is for a tentative plat for the properties in question. As you can see, they're outlined here on the location map. This was, we need them to plat this because it's multiple properties. A conditional use permit was already approved by you all and approved by City Council for the project. This is, it was approved by City Council, thank you, sir. It was approved by City Council
Denied
for
by
this
those.
project. It was approved
That's
on
right.
December 13th, 2022. And so now they're coming back to get the platting process begin. And they have to combine these 3 parcels, one of which is an abandoned, is also part of a roadway abandonment, so they need to bring all that into one plat. So that's what they're doing. It will allow them to now implement what was already approved, the unit numbers that were already approved in that project. And that would be for the 450-unit, 19-story mixed-use development. And so the next steps after tonight, it would be scheduled for city council review. Again, we're still figuring out what the date would be. It would then get transmitted to Miami-Dade Plating and Traffic for their review and comments, very similar to what is happening with the tentative plat for Del Mas Homes. And then it comes back for a final plat review by city council, and then the platting process is complete. With that, that's the end of my presentation. I believe the applicant's agent is here if you have any questions on the plat itself.
Good evening, Ethan Wasserman with Greenberg Charg, 333 Southeast 2nd Avenue. Here on behalf of the applicant, this is a plat. It's ministerial in nature. We don't have a presentation. It's not a project approval. It's a plat approval, but we're happy to answer any questions you all have.
Okay.
My question to staff, why did the planning commission deny it the first time?
I thought we approved it.
I don't recall, ma'am.
But we did deny it.
I do recall it.
This is not a project approval. This is the plat.
No, this
No, I know. I'm
plat.
just trying to get some history here. Dr. Medina?
They came premature. Their studies were invalid. They didn't consider the studies as far as traffic were invalid. They were not pertinent, and they came prematurely. I chose at this point. I was amazed, but the city council did approve.
Mr. Acting Chair.
Yes, sir.
So just to explain the concept of ministerial approval, it means that it's not really a discretionary act whether you should approve it or not. If the plat meets all the requirements in the land development regulations, it pretty much has to be approved. That's why I said it was going to take 5 minutes, because the project is already moving forward, and they meet all the requirements in the land development regulations according to the staff report.
Okay. This is really ministerial in nature, because they own all 3 parcels, and, unless anybody has any questions?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
What's going to happen to the road that the students use to cross from one side to the next? If when you unite the plots?
That's part of the project design. That's that paseo, if you recall, that open paseo. It's elevated, but it's continued to be, there's no vertical construction put on it. That's that outdoor walkway, passageway. We're honoring that open passway. There's no building going on that location.
And are you making any allocate? I mean, you don't have to. I understand that you don't have to do anything for the Wildcat Center, aka Scott Galvin, but are we going to have access to parking there? Because there is
yes.
no.
Yes, we are working with the city manager's office on that through kind of a tri-party discussion. We are working through that. That was a proffer made at commission, and we are going to meet that. Sorry, the council, thank you.
Okay.
Mr. Reach?
No questions.
Okay. Mr. Bob? Dr. Besson?
Nothing.
Okay, do I hear a motion to approve?
So moved.
Do I have a second? Second, anybody?
Second.
Okay, second by Mr. Bob. Okay, let's have a roll call, please. Okay.
I don't know if we had a public hearing.
Ms. Blamure? Pardon? Oh, I'm sorry. Do we have anyone from the public who would like to speak in favor or against this application?
Okay.
Being none, public session is closed. Ms. Blamure, how would you vote?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Each?
Yes.
Dr. Medina?
No.
Dr. Besson?
Yes.
Mr. Bob?
Yes.
Okay, it passes 5 to 1. Huh? Oh, yes, yes, my vote is yes.
Thank you. Have a good night.
5 to 1.
Great job.
Yeah, that'd be great.
Yeah, make a motion to adjourn.
Okay, all in favor, say aye.
Aye. We extended 1 hour and 18 minutes and 47 seconds. And I'm home.
All right. When's our next meeting now?
My, they got my nephew.